Small ball is a style of play that sacrifices height, physical strength, and low post offense defense in favor of a lineup of smaller players with speed, agility, and increased scoring, often from the 3 point line. It is closely tied to the concepts of pace and space, which pushes the speed of the offense and spreads out the defense with extra shooters on the court. Many small ball lineups feature a non traditional center who offers skills that are not normally found from players at that position, a la Draymond Green. Teams often move a physically dominant player who would typically play the small forward position to the power forward position. Examples of players who have been used in a role like this include Kevin Durant and LeBron James. That individual would play alongside either a traditional power forward, shifted to the center position, or alongside a center. The advantage is the power forward position is occupied by a faster, more agile player who can outrun and outmaneuver the opposing power forward, have a better 3 point shooting percentage than a traditional power forward, and can also help spread the defense, allowing space for teammates to run in and score around the basket. A player occupying this position with a high 3 point shot success percentage is coined a stretch four. Miami coach Eric Spoelstra employed this style of play during the 2012 playoffs, labeling it as pace and space. Early in the playoffs, small forward LeBron James filled in at power forward after the Heat lost starter Chris Bosh to injury. James remained at that position for the remainder of the playoffs as Bosh was moved to the center position once he returned. While the style of play does have advantages, there are several disadvantages. The advantage of speed and agility comes at the cost of strength and height, making it more difficult to guard the space under the basket. It can also prevent the team from having a low post offensive threat when attacking, and rebounding is often sacrificed. The biggest exposure of the shortcomings of small and short team basketball was surely on display in the Western Conference Finals of 2018, where the Houston Rockets, who were the number one seed in the West and the best team overall in the NBA that season, and led by MVP James Harden, who also had Chris Paul on his team, were up 3-2 over the Golden State Warriors, but were pushed to a Game 7. The Rockets led in the first half by double digits, yet their greatest strength also became their Achilles heel when they spectacularly missed a record breaking 27 consecutive threes. And they only lost by 9 points, exposing just how reliant their small ball system was on making threes. A more balanced or traditionally sized team would have been better placed for scoring by other means than long range shots after such a drought of failed 3 point shot attempts. The Golden State Warriors in the 2015 season used small ball to a greater success in the NBA Finals than any prior champion, swapping out big man Andrew Bogut from the starting lineup for Andre Iguodala, who would eventually be named the Finals MVP. The Warriors' small lineup came to be known as the Death Lineup. The Warriors attained a historic level of success, winning 3 NBA titles and setting NBA wins records during the period from 2014 to 2017. The success of the Warriors' small ball lineup has changed the minds of some analysts to consider small ball to be the future of basketball. Ah, try that again. Some analysts have considered small ball to be the future of basketball, ushering in the era of positionless basketball over traditional lineups, which would allow teams to play small. Greetings and salutations to all the beautiful people out there. We're going to do a career simulation for College Hoops 2K8. I play this game a lot, know a lot of the ins and outs. Not perfect, but I do know a lot of the ins and outs. So what we're going to do with these, since I already know it a lot, and it's not like I'm going to this blind, to kind of handicap it. I'm going to create a certain system, and I have to adhere to that system, and that system is going to be small ball. So there's certain rules that go with this. Rule number one is going to be I can only run the 4-out playbook. That'll kind of keep me adherent to, hey, this has to be small ball. Then also, I can only play championship games. If I do get some like a freak athlete or a player that stays forever, and I get like a 99 or something, I will let you guys see some footage of him. I just can't play the game. Uh, also, I will include Final Fours in that as well. So if I get to a Final Four game, I can play it. So the national semifinal or the national championship game, as well as any conference championship games. All right, these are kind of the guidelines of how I want to build the program that we'll be starting at. So I want shooting to be the main focus whenever I'm recruiting guys. So you get two recruiting priorities. I'm going to make both shooting. And I also, in terms of my coaching style, I want us to play very fast so that way I can maximize our shooting and skill that we have that comes with being a small ball team. Also, I want to keep very few true bigs on the roster. The ones I do have, I want them to be rebounding, and I want them to be like kind of utility guys for rebounding as well as rim protection. So, like the best example of this would be how Duke used Derek Lively. I think that'd be the best example. Also, what I want to do is I want to have taller wings who can shoot it and also dribble it to play at the four. I think the best example I can think of current day would be Jordan Miller from Miami. Also, if you want to go back, there was one year Roy Williams, he didn't have the guys he normally uses to run his system. So he took Reggie Bullock and put him at the four. Something like that. Like that's kind of what I'm looking at. And really, I want to say Dallas uses him that same way. So those are the kind of players I'm looking to recruit into the program. All right, so here's going to be our initial setup. Going to just really keep all of this the same. Any unsaved data we will lose. Cool. All right, so I got to pick a small ball guy for this. I think I'm going to do Steve Nash, just because he's not really coaching anywhere, and he's really my introductory into the kind of small ball running gun system that we see today. I think those Suns were really the precursor to the Spurs. I mean, not the Spurs, to the Warriors. I think the Warriors, they took what the Spurs and the Suns both did best, and they kind of married them together. So I imagine Steve Nash is about like 38, 40 years old, so that's going to be my age. And he was somewhere. How tall was Steve Nash? Let me Google that real quick. I guess I could go ahead and get his real age too. Damn, he's 49. I'll be starting late. He's 6'3". Now he's 48. Guess they only let me do 40. This would be good for Nash since he didn't, things didn't work out quite the way he wanted them to with the Nets. See which one of these best fits Nash. I might go to 17. Yeah, I'm going to go to 17. Kind of suit I'm going to wear. Nash strikes me as a dark suit kind of guy. All right, let's get it. So what you want to do with these, you always want to start out maxing out your charisma. That's what's going to help you get prospects. And Nash he was coaching in New York, but he's from the West Coast. Went to Santa Clara, played in Phoenix. So I'm going to start on the West Coast. And I think really the best one for this is Sacramento State. So there are certain teams you always want to start with. The best ones to play with are are, let's see, let me get them on screen. Texas State, really good one. Let's see, right here, St. Francis, New York, and there's right here, Sacramento State, and this is two reasons for these. One is the league you're going to be in is going to be easier to win. Two, you have a really good recruiting base. So those two things working in tandem, they give you the best opportunity to succeed. I have done this with some other ones and been successful. So Princeton's one I've been successful with. I want to say I did Western Kentucky or Morehead State. See if there's another Kentucky one, because I know it was a Kentucky school. No. I started with someone else and then I switched to Western Kentucky. But I was successful with Western Kentucky. I was able to. I'm not sure if it was a Western. It might have been like Western Kentucky State. It was some small Kentucky school that was in this conference, and I was able to recruit an All-American there. And let's see, Howard's a good one too because you're in DC, and MEAC's a pretty winnable conference as well. The ones you typically want to avoid are like Sandy, this right here, where it's like South Dakota. But because of Steve Nash, we're going to do Sacramento State. He's on the West Coast. I get 2 assistants. Now I'm really going to just have my assistants focused on recruiting because that's what I'll need. You need horses to win the race. Now there is a trick here in terms of how you recruit guys. So you want to just delete some games, it's fine because we can reset our schedule. Then you want to go to add tourney. Now when you go to add tourney, you want to go to O'Reilly Auto Parts CBE Classic A and look at the date. Now what that date tells you is if it's a Sunday. Now, whether or not you're playing on a Sunday is important because if you're playing on a Sunday, you cannot add, you cannot recruit players in a certain way. So you can't go visit them, you can't offer them visits, you can't go scout them. You can only call them, which really isn't going to help you. So, let's see. It was the 11th, so it always, your first season, it always starts on the 11th. And I've kind of got it memorized. It's 11, 18, 25, 2. And if you're going to play a game before the 11th, it's 4. So it's 4, 11, 18, 25, 2. You don't want to have games scheduled on those days. So I'm going to take this game off of here. And it looks like we should be good to go. I am going to swap in just some boo-boo teams because we have no business playing against all these juggernauts and whatnot. They won't eat off of me. Another thing you want to make sure you don't do is that you don't schedule 3 games in 1 week. If you have 3 games in 1 week, then you cannot do those same recruiting actions, which would be go scout a player, visit a player, or invite him to campus. Right. So I think I got everything set and we're good to go. Swap some of these to home and away. All right, good to go. All right. So normally I don't use ABL and I'm not going to use it here either. Just simulate it. Sometimes I'll play it if I want to if there's a player I'm curious about, or if I just want to play some games or whatever, I'll just do that. I'm not going to do that here. And what I actually want to do is look at our roster real quick. This is what our roster looks like. It's fitting the the blah blah, the 4-out model. Um, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and switch this guy to center. Yeah, this is actually a perfect roster to start with for 4 outs. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see how they have our situational lineups set. Not optimal. May have to switch this guy to a small forward to get them to default there. And me personally, I just like to get them to default because it makes it a whole lot easier. Like if someone goes down with an injury or something. All right, and I do want to go ahead and change my power forwards to centers as well. Basically, I'm just not going to keep power forwards. Like I'm not going to have anybody labeled as a power forward. It's going to be my way of getting the small ball thing done. All right, and I think we're good. Yep. All right, good deal. So now we'll go to our coaching profile. So here we're going to focus on shooting. Offense, we're going to run, of course, the 4-out. I do want to keep our secondary defense as a 2-3 zone just because we're so small. May end up, depending on how small our 4 is, making this our primary defense. But I'm just keep it here and have our pressure defense be a 2-3 matchup. Inbounds press. We are going to press, and we're always going to. Well, after baskets, we'll press because we don't really have a lot of depth. So how do I want to do this? So we're definitely going to go for fast break opportunities over rebounds. Defense, let's put that at about 70 because we do want to play some pressure defense. Put this here. And so I think this is basically what Roy Williams runs. One of the better offenses in the game, kind of. So I'm just go with this. Because we do want to. We're not really going to be focused on defense. So we'll just kind of go with this style right here. And let's see. All right. And I'll meet you guys back at the end of the season. Alright, so here we will recap the season. As you can see, didn't really go too well. 16-9 on the year. Let's check out the conference. Northern Arizona, they won the regular season. It's like Montana State actually won the tournament, so they got the bid. I had to guess, I'd say Northern Arizona is going to be a problem next year. Along with Montana. Yeah. Well, that's cool. I'm in Dame Lillard's conference. I always say Dame Lillard like that because Caleb Love, whenever they had a press conference in the Final Four when they played Duke, still mad about that, but had a press conference and they asked him who his game was most like. He said 2 guys. I forget the other one, but the first one he said was Dame Lillard. So that's how the year went. Not really too much to write home about. We did have small forward number 23. He averaged 15.3 for us, so that was pretty good. As a team, what did we do? As a team, I'm supposed to be putting up offense. We only had 68 points. Didn't get out rebounded too bad for the system we're running, but I guess we are in a smaller conference. Didn't spread the ball too well. Had a lot of turnovers. Committed a lot of fouls. Not a lot of emphasis put on defense. As you can see, we are really bottom of the conference here. What else do we got? We will take a look at the awards. Actually, let me go ahead and save it first because for whatever reason this game will freeze up when you're looking at awards. So let's take a look at the awards. So Duke won the national championship. Michael Beasley was our player of the year, averaging 32 and 11, and he got drafted. Thank goodness. He's a mid-major player of the year. Hopefully, we'll be contending for those. Coach K got the conference championship. Defensive player of the year. He's a pretty good player. Big man and freshman of the year makes sense. Here are our All-Americans. So Chris Douglas Roberts. His name Chris Lofton, I believe. This may be Bogut. Yeah, I think it's Bogut. Yeah. And of course Beasley. I think this guy's name was Drew Nixel. He's a pretty good player. I want to say this might be the guy that dunked on LeBron that year. Good old Psycho T. I tried to set this up where he come back, and he will come back next year for North Carolina, so they should be really good. I like for the game to mimic real life as much as possible. Here are all freshmen. OJ Mayo, who got drafted. James Harden, who got drafted. I forget who this guy is. He didn't get drafted. And is this DeAndre Jordan? I think it is. Go to our conference, which is Big Sky. Let's see. I want to say we did get an award. Alright, we got first team all conference here. So our small forward did make first team all conference. Then we did get a player here, our point guard. He made a second first team all freshman. Now we'll go take a look at recruiting. Here you can see North Carolina got the #1 recruit. So we had 6 scholarships. We were only able to fill 5, which is actually good for year 1. And we got all 3 stars. Let's see. Who is our best player? It might be this guy. Yeah, so he's number 178 ranked recruit, shooting guard. A lot of shooting guards. We did get a point. We did get a center. Typically, the centers on this game are underrated. Like, they'll overinflate the guards, and the centers will be underrated. So this guy, he might end up being like a 75 overall, which would be big for us. But, yeah, we kind of just took whatever we could get here. Hopefully we'll have more to pick from in the coming years. And let's see who made the Final Four this year. So Final Four, wow, that's tough. That Memphis team got taken out by that Duke team. Well, they did play in Charlotte. That's kind of crazy. Kansas, who did, wow, Duke played 2 teams that actually made the Final Four that year and won. They did beat Kentucky. This Wisconsin team was all right as well. And played Louisville in the championship. This Louisville and Georgetown teams, they were good those years. Let's see. Who's leaving from that North Carolina team? Oh, is it nobody? It's nobody. That team's going to be stacked next year. Let's see. What did their stats look like this year? That team's going to be stacked. Just like real life. Like, I hate Carolina, but that team was special. Alright, so I'll check you guys out at the end of next season. Alright, so starting up the year, these are the recruits we will be looking at. We have offered scholarships to these 4 guys. I'm looking at their stats. Sticks out. This point guard right here, a lot of assists. So maybe he can be the guy that actually runs the point for my system. Field goal, 3-point shooting percentages for this crop, good, except for this guy. He's going to be my 4-man, so maybe it won't matter as much. If if I get him, but this guy can shoot it, so that's good. And kind of got to take what I can get here, just because I'm not at a good school. We'll take a look at our roster, just so we can see some of the good teams. We'll go here as well. These are our freshmen. The 5 freshmen we bring in are actually the 5 best players on the team now. And they're all starters, essentially. Except for at the small forward position, which he shoot 3, so I could change it to where one of these guys was small forward. But I'm going to just let it rock out because he can shoot 3s. Let's take a look at some of the other teams, how good they might be. So Louisville's pretty good. They're always a pretty good team. Duke, really good. Gerald Henderson here, John Shire, Greg Paulus. This North Carolina team's crazy. It's no way that they don't win it this year. So, yeah, they'll probably win it. Crazy that made Wayne Ellington the best player on the team. Oh, and here's that freshman they brought in. I think that's it as far as the really good teams and players go. Alright, catch you guys later. So here we are at the end of season 2. As you can tell, ended a whole lot better than last year. We actually made the NCAA tournament as a 15 seed where we lost to Duke pretty handily. But we did win the conference tournament, so that's good news. Then we had another first here, won our first non-conference tournament or in-season tournament, however they phrase it. And also committed our first 4-star recruit. He is a junior college recruit. But looks solid here. We will need to try to get a big next year, though. So we're running pretty low. But so far, it looks good. So these are the guys we were able to get. We were able to get that point guard that averaged all the assists. I think he'll be our lead guard going forward. And then we were able to get these guys down here from the beginning of the season who are actually pretty good shooters. Really looking forward to them. I think they'll work well in the system. And we then lost that one guy who couldn't shoot. That was small forward. And so now we are bringing in a junior college player instead. So that North Carolina team was that damn good. They were ridiculously good. I think they're all going pro now. Yeah. So they're all pretty much going pro except Deion Thompson from the starters. I think that's Deion Thompson or the other guy. Marcus Ginyard's gone. I think he actually got a medical red shirt that year. And this is Bobby Frazier, I think. He's gone. But a pretty solid team. And still return both these guys. And they have a pretty solid recruiting class, I want to say. Let's see. Yes. They have a pretty solid recruiting class. Yeah, it's pretty solid. They'll be pretty good. So we'll take a look at our stats and whatnot. This guy, he did average 20 points a game. Pretty good. He's a pretty good player for us. He will be missed. And then, who do we have? Leading rebounder. These guys kind of shared rebounding duties. They were pretty good. Had a couple guards average a lot of assists. That's pretty good. Not too good blocking the ball. we'll take a look at our team stats. Led the league in scoring. Despite how small we play, middle of the pack in rebounding. Yeah, as well as assists, I'd say. Defense stats picked up from last year. We're still turning the ball over quite a bit and committing fouls. And to wrap it up, let's take a look at the Final Four this year. This year's Final Four, we saw North Carolina really ran the gauntlet. They played number 1 Connecticut, 6 Pittsburgh, 5 Rhode Island. Not that bad. Oh, wow. And they ended up beating Illinois. Now, this would have been a crazy championship game if NC State could have got there. But it looks like that's it for now. See you guys at the start next season. Alright, here's our starting lineup for the year. I think this is what we're going to go with. Pretty much our sophomores from last year, with the exception of the point guard. So we'll go with that. All California team, and show you the recruits I'm looking at this year. Pretty confident we'll get this guy. He'll be a pretty big get. He'll be our rebounding rim protector. We have these 2 wings here, bigger size guys, so they'll play 3 or 4. So that's what we're looking at getting into this year. Also have pretty high expectations. We're 75 overall. If you look at the conference, we're ranked at the top, so hopefully we can get a 20-win season this year. If not this year, it'll definitely be next year. Right, here we are, the end of season 3. We will check it out, see how things went. So we went 18-13. Didn't get exactly what we wanted, the 20-win season or tournament berth, but I did get renewed for 5 years. On top of that 5-year renewal, I did get job offers from mid-majors, but it were New Orleans, who were like a 65 overall in the Sun Belt. No thank you. And then Portland, who's in the West Coast Conference, which I really don't like that conference. So I'm going to stick it out 1 or 2 more years here, just see what happens. Players, our senior kind of led the way for us. It's his stats. Even though I'm trying to run a 4 out, we're really playing through our bigs here, which is kind of crazy. Where do we finish in the conference? So right around here. I imagine next year we'll be the best team, because this is what we have. We're going to do nothing but add experience. And so it'll be us. Portland State will retain some. So will Montana State. Maybe not Montana. They'll be pretty good. Wow, they'll be really good. So maybe we don't win the conference. Who knows? The recruits, North Carolina, 3 straight years getting number 1 recruits, crazy. Here are the recruits we signed. So I did have 3 scholarships, but a guy who was going to be a senior next year, he transferred, which opened up for here. I was able to get number 166 player overall, so I think he'll come in and make an immediate impact. He may have to start for us at center, which would have to be center unless his game worked to where he was like a shooter. It could be our stretch 4. So let's take a look at the awards. Mississippi State, Rodney Hood led them to the championship. Blake Griffin was player of the year. Wow, average 27-6. He did pretty good. Deion Thompson, or whoever that guy is, defensive player of the year, average 9 rebounds. That's pretty high for ACC. Freshman of the year coming at Memphis. Luke Heron, Goody. All-Americans here. Wow, he was actually an All-American. All freshman team. We'll take a look at the Big West. No, we're Big Sky. We're Big Sky, which is our conference. Didn't get any coaching awards or Player of the Year awards. Our center was second team all conference, and our point guard was first team all freshman. We'll take a look and see who won in the national championship in the Final Four. Kentucky, SEC in the Final Four. Mississippi State played Michigan State. I had 3 SEC teams in the Final Four. That's what my bracket was this year. But Mississippi State won it in close fashion. Alright, so I'll see you guys to start next year. Alright, so these would have been our recruits this year, but as you can see, we have no scholarships, which really sucks as we'd have got the number 26 overall player. But whatever, this is starting lineup we are going with this year. I'm just forced McGuire in the 4 out because he's like not that bad a shooter compared to some of these other guys. Like, see, this is the guy that would be taking his spot, and this is the other. I mean, you could say he's a better 3-point shooter, but not by much. So, just let that rock. And I'll see you guys. Well, hold on. I'm going to change him back to small forwards. Alright, and I'll see you guys on the other side at the end of the year for this season. Here we are once again, end of the season. Had another first. This time we got a 20-win season. Again, won our conference tournament. As you can see, we were 15 seed. This time we got demolished by West Virginia. Look at our season leaders. Manning was our leader. I think he played good last year. He did. Be a senior next year, so we'll look to lose him. McGuire, who's our 4. He's kind of like our Draymond Green, I guess, but a worse passer. He led us in rebounding. This is Tafo again. And did a lot better job blocking the ball this year. Alright, look at our team stats. So this time we averaged 80 points in the conference. Really led by a wide margin there. Assist up, turnovers down. Still not where I like it, but it's better. Really good on defense. I'm assuming we created a lot of fast break points, and we blocked some shots this year as well. And we actually led the league in rebound. So look at recruits. I actually did end up picking up recruits anyway because I had 3 guys transfer out, so I missed out on those really good recruits, which kind of sucks, but hey, is what it is. These are the guys we're bringing in. This guy, I think he'll be really good for the system because he can shoot. Kind of had to get these guys on spur of the moment. You can see field goal percentage both about 38%. Decent 3-point shooters, so I think that'll be good. But I'll catch you guys at the beginning of the next season. Alright, so to start season 5, here are the recruits we will be going for this year. Got an All-American up here. I don't think we're going to get him. Currently ranked 3rd. Only chance we really have is if USC and Oregon and Cal decide they don't want him. He looks to be a really good player, point guard, averaging 14, 7 to 7. Let's see, what does he shoot for percentage? Really good shooter. Yeah, he'd be really great for us. I don't think it's going to happen, but we also have here the world recruit. We are going to go for him, and this guy, we are going to get him, so we're going to go for those guys. Hopefully we get this 2 guard. If we can't get Call Breath, we'll go for another guard instead. This is what the lineup is looking like. I really think this is by far our best team. A lot of depth, so I made some changes to the way of coaching. So these are the sliders I'm going with now. Change press frequency to always, and there's really no need for us to run this zone anymore. I'm gonna just go straight man, or I might go 1-3-1 matchup. But I added a 10th player in terms of depth, and we're pretty much just running wild here. I'm gonna put it up to 100 just because we got the bodies, and a lot of teams we play will be able to tire them out, and that's the strategy going forward to this year. All right. So, season ended very well, went 28-5. As you can see, we got the 9 seed. They put some respect on our name to go with our record. And not only that, but we actually won a tournament game. So I'm not just losing tournament games anymore. And Manning, he kind of balled out there. Good to see. You love to see it. But we had some really good games here. Let me see if I can find a game where we put up a ridiculous amount of points. That was a close one. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Really good game. We had 3 players score 25 plus. Really good game. Russell went 6 for 7 from 3. Great game by all. And recruiting went exceptionally well. As you can see, we got our first world recruit, as well as our first All-American and 5-star players. This guy's probably going to come in and be a starter day 1. We got some good pieces as well to go around. I did get some offers, lower mid-major offers once again. I think I'm going to wait it out. Since I got this guy, I think I'll do at least 2-3 years with this guy, this All-American Galbraith. So either him or Toffo is going to have to move to the 2 guard. Here's how the bracket shook out. Dude really got away. Like, they didn't have to play anything higher than a 6 seed to get to the Final Four. And they played a 16, a 9, a 13, and a 6. And then they got to the championship game and lost to Michigan State. Final Four teams: Notre Dame, Michigan State, Minnesota, and Duke. Alright, so you guys can start the next season. Alright, so to start season 6, these are the recruits that we are looking at. A lot of world players, one from Puerto Rico, and one from Senegal. We have a point guard from Sacramento, hometown kid. Hopefully we'll get him. We did have this guy that we were looking at, but looks like Washington's going to end up getting him, so I left the recruitment alone. Don't like to waste time. But this guy, he was going to be really good. Shoots the ball really, really well. He'd been perfect stretch 4 for me at 6'11", but in due time. These are the starters we're looking at for this year. Here's that freshman All-American. He's going to, like I said, he came in as best player on the team from the jump. Number 7 overall, All-American from Lodi, California. Really good ball handler and passer. He's a really good 3-point shooter, so I was considering moving him to the shooting guard, but he's the best handler and passer, so, and as well as the fastest player, so it just makes sense for him to be running the point for us here. Slotted Tafo at the 2 guard. He's a good shooter, so he'll do good there, and he's also taller than Galbraith. But yeah, everything looks to be going well here. Did adjust my coaching profile. We're going straight man-to-mans. Go after basket here. And this is what I changed my sliders to. Moved it to a 9-man rotation. Alright, so I'll see you guys on the flip side here. So here we are, the end of season 6. Had another respectable season at 28-4. Did a really good job. Got a 12 seed. But we ended up losing Oklahoma State in the first round. Here's the box score. Our freshman, he played very well, 15, 7, and 6. All 4 of 9 shooting, 4 or 5 from the free throw line. What really hurt us was we got in some foul trouble here, and I guess I'd say that's what kind of lost us the game. We were really battling, as you can tell, because it's 58-58 first half. I know real life people were going crazy if, that happens in the first round. But we did it. We got some more offers, but not anything I was looking at. Almost took St. Mary's, but I got this All-American freshman, so I kind of want to, if I had a portal and I could take him with me, that'd be different. But I kind of want to see his career through, because I'll get a draft pick out of him, potentially. As far as recruits, this is what we got. We got these 2 world guys. This hometown kid right here, who was 260 overall, 240, 74 for position. Looks like he can pass the ball really well. Percentages, he didn't shoot too well, so I have to see how that goes. Right now, I'm kind of only can take what's given to me, but I'll be more selective about recruits in the future when I can kind of pick and choose more. As far as stats on the year, had 4 guys average 10 points, double digits, including our freshman Galbraith, who averaged 10, 4, and 6. Really good freshman year from him. Taffo, he had some injuries he was dealing with, but he played well, as you can see. Percentage-wise, let's see what we did here. Taffo and Galbraith, they played alright. From 3, they were pretty good. Guerrero and McBride were more efficient players. Look at our team stats. Really good this year. Averaged 88 points as a team. That's awesome. 17 assists to 14 turnovers, which is pretty good for how fast we play. And also led the league in rebounding. Now let's see where we are in the NCAA. Second in points, only behind San Diego State. And second in rebounding as well to Bucknell. So we played pretty good. Turnovers, we didn't really lead there anywhere. One of the top teams in steals is probably because of how fast we play. Yeah, pretty good year there. We'll take a look at the Final Four this year. It's Duke and Kentucky meeting again. Ooh, I know this was lit. That'd be a lit national championship game. I hate when they put it in arenas like this SEFCU. That's Garbo. But San Diego State played Tennessee on the other side of the Final Four. But I know that was pretty lit Final Four. 2 conference rivals. But that's all we got here. See you to start to season 7. So here we go. Here's our starting lineup to start this season. Galbraith. I'd be surprised if we had him much longer. Already projected a 2nd round pick. I imagine he'll be gone after next year. This is really our year to put it all together. We have him as our best player and a whole lot of experience as we're starting 4 seniors alongside him. Not the best shooters, I'd say, but manageable. And these are the recruits we will be looking at to get this year. So here's the center. So, yeah, because we'll be losing 2 bigs this year, so we'll definitely need him. And, there's one I'm going to have to get rid of. So I'll be looking for someone to replace him with. Let me find someone to replace him with. And we'll just go with a world recruit. See, what do we need? probably need a point guard. I like to leave the teams in good standing whenever I leave. So probably get a point guard. Well, I see any JUCO players. What about seniors? I think I'm gonna just go to World Recruit. Let's go with this fella from Cameroon. Get some shooters. Alright, now let's take a look at who we're going for here this year. So this guy doesn't really look to be that great a shooter, which is really what I'm looking for, but beggars can't be choosers. Awful free throw percentage. And 3-point percentage as well. He's a guy who can grow into a 4. This guy, awful free throw percentage and 3-point percentage as well. But hopefully he can shoot from mid-range, given his field goal percentage. Then here's the center we're looking at. He's shown some ability to block shots and rebounds. So that's what we're looking to get out of the recruiting this year. See you guys at the wrap-up for this season. So here we are at the end of season 7, and boy was it a good one. We had our first 30-win season. Hopefully there'll be many more to come. So what we averaged for the season, Galbraith really leading the way here. 18-7, 18-5-7, as well as 2 steals, off 27 minutes a game. What did he shoot? He shot 44%, so improved off of last year, and also 42% from 3. So he's definitely going to be our guy next year. I'll be really surprised if he decides to come back after next year. But whatever he does, it's going to depend on whatever I do. Far as job offers, I have my pick of the mid-major, so I'll be the top candidate next year, so I'll get the best job if Galbraith decides to leave. But see, he did a really good job of distributing the ball, as we had 5 guys average 10 plus points and 9 guys average 10 plus points. So really good here. He averaged 7 assists. Let's take a look at the team stats. So we averaged 91 points a game. That's incredible. Off 17 assists, 11 turnovers. See where we are nationally. So led the nation in scoring, 2nd in rebounding again, 3rd in assist. So we did a really good job. I do believe we got some awards, so let's check that out. That guy did good. 28 and 10 is crazy. So no All-Americans. Wrong way. We're Big Sky. So conference champion, 15-1, almost went undefeated in the conference. We were really undefeated until the NCAA tournament. If we would have won that game, which we'll get to. Conference coach again. Let's see. Oh, player of the year. So we got player of the year this year. He was player of the year and first team all conference. So good job by him. See how he improved. in terms of efficiency. Yeah, so his field goal and his 3-point percentage went up. That's good on him. 2 first-team all-conference players. Second-team all-conference in Guerrero. And a first-team all-freshman in Rodriguez. So here's how the tournament went for us. We did get a 7 seed, but lost in the first round to LSU. I believe we were an 88 overall, so we were dealing with injuries, and they were a 94. And here's what the Final Four looked like. Had 2 seeds on this side with California and Michigan State. Michigan State ended up losing to Vanderbilt, who played UNLV. Michigan State always does really well in these simulations. Alright, but that's all we got on the year here. See you guys to start the next season. Alright, so starting out the next season, I believe this is season number 8. Let me check real quick. Yeah, this will be season number 8. Hopefully our last season at a small conference level. Here are the recruits we're looking at. Dearman, 2-guard, not really the level of shooter we want based off his stats. Then there's Corver. He'll be a big. Definitely looks like he can rebound. Blocking shots may need some help on that. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Here's our starting lineup for the year. Something I wasn't doing that I guess I should do is show you guys the freshmen and how they come in. So here's our freshman Taj Dye. Other freshman L.L. Broderman. I believe we had one more. Yes, Elliott. Will Elliott. Alright, I'm just going to set the rotations for the year. I normally let them auto-generate. Then I think I want him to play a full 40. Alright. So there we go. I'll see you guys at the end of the season. Alright, and as you can see, we have ended season number, what was that? Let's see. Season number 8. So season number 8, we've gone to our mid-major, which is going to be St. Mary's. We had a rather disappointing year. Just to show you guys how the year went for us in the Big Sky. We did win the conference at 13-3, but went 25-11, which is not what we were used to. Here's what our season looked like. No coaches on the floor. A lot of experience though. If he would have came back for a senior year, this team would have been really, really good. But nonetheless. Let's see. So we did pack the house out pretty consistently. This 1,200 person gym. Let's see. We did beat the top 25 team. Pretty good averages here. 84 points per game on the year, 15 assists. So yeah, we played alright. Didn't shoot the ball all that well. But overall a good year. As far as awards on the year go, also we did make the tournament. Lost the conference tournament, made NIT, lost first round. As far as the stats for our players go, let's see. Damn, come on now. Galbraith averaged 18, 5-5, and 2, so another great year for him there. Didn't quite get Conference Player of the Year that year. Someone else won it out, but Had 4 guys in double digits. Pretty good, solid averages there. 4 awards. There's a National Player of the Year. He played. Well, that's our national champion. National Player of the Year. He played pretty well. All-Americans. He was not able to make All-American team. Let's see. Again, we were conference champions. I was the coach of the year. That's weird, seeing it like this. He's our player of the year. He edged us out this year, whereas last year we won. He had 2 first team all conference and a second team all conference player to go along with the freshman all conference. This is how the Final Four shook out. Cincinnati and Arizona State, who played their Pac-12 rival. Wow, this twice in a year, twice in a row this happened. Played their Pac-12 rivals, Oregon, who beat Charlotte. So, overall, good year. We were able to move up. Not going to show, well, I guess I'll show you what St. Mary's has so far. I haven't even started the recruiting. Let's see, they got 1 3-star committed. And there's 2 3-stars set to commit. And we'll just go ahead and see what we got returning. Not a whole lot. Ugh. It's going to be a rough first go, but I think we'll figure it out rather quickly. We got a good recruiting base. I just hate how the simulation plays out in the West Coast Conference sometimes. Let's see what our comp looks like. So, of course, Gonzaga's here. Missouri coach is there now. Wow, they got some talent. So, they'll be returning some guys. Loyola Marymount. They'll be decent next year. San Diego will be pretty good next year. Santa Clara will be alright. Pepperdine, they probably won't be too good. Portland probably won't be too good. They'll probably be alright. San Francisco, same. Something to build on. We'll probably be right there with them. So I'm gonna salvage what I can of this year, and I'll see you guys to start our journeys at St. Mary's. But before that, we'd like to introduce to you our first inductee into the iMaynor College Hoops 2K8 Hall of Fame, Rasheed Galbraith, point guard out of Sacramento State University. Graduated his junior year, so he played 3 years. Jersey number was 22. His final overall was 99. In terms of what he ended up accomplishing for the school, he was a Conference Player of the Year, Conference Freshman of the Year, was first team All-Conference twice, second team All-Conference once, and also on the All-Conference Freshman team. His career averages were 15.5, 4.7, 5.6. Total of 1,503 points, 456 rebounds, 548 assists, 1.7 steals, for a total of 167 steals. Averaged 0 blocks for his career. Got a total of 6 in his entire career. Shot 43% from the field, going 476 of 1,101. Did shoot 40% from 3, making 207 of 517. Career 69% free throw shooter, going 344 of 498. Averaged 27.8 minutes a game for a total of 2,700 minutes. And he also played in 97 games and started all 97 games. So as far as what it's going to take to get into this Hall of Fame, it's going to be different. So I know you guys are like, oh, that's not really like, oh, those stats are not really all that. But he's an All American who came to our school. McDonald's All American came to our school, and it was a small school, so he took a real leap of faith in doing it, and he produced at almost the highest level you can for the small conference level. So you got to give him his props for that. All right, you guys, that'll be all till next time. Peace and one love. Well, dang. I'm gonna do the whole thing. I'm just used to Hogwarts, whatever. My bad. See you guys next season. All right, so here we are. We are back. So basically, this is going to be our roster here that we're starting off with. In terms of recruits, I was able to get this guy right here, Kirkland from Detroit. He's gonna be our rim protector guy going forward. I think everybody else they recruited for me was boo boo. Like this guy right here, he's my starting point guard, but I've already got a fix for that. I'll show you guys. They recruited this guy. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully those guys transfer out, so I can do some of their scholarships. But these are the guys I've already recruited to take their place. So here we have point guard, number 54 overall. And another point guard here, number 71 overall. Hopefully one or both of these guys will be starting next year. See, they got shooting ability, which is really what I'm going off of here. And there's also some potential here as well. Maybe even they'll both start, depending, because this guy will be gone. So this guy right here, Slaughter, he'll be the best two guard. So hopefully that's what happens. And if that happens, I think I'm going to move this guy to the 4. Or maybe him. How good's his shot? Nah, it'll be this guy. We'll move him to the 4. He can be that stretch 4. But that's all I got for you guys really right now. I do want to... Hold on. Did make some changes to college 2K8 College Hoops Hall of Fame. Let's see, let me pull it up so I can see it. Alright, so basically, right here, what I added in the McDonald's, All-American, all that. The tournament success, as well as if they won regular season conference championships and tournament conference championships. But also, I added in a legacy score. So these things are all weighted differently. So like making a Final Four is worth 4 points. National Player of the Year, winning national championships, worth 5 points. So on and so forth. And so your stats aren't calculated into it. It's more so based on what you achieve in terms of winning. Like either winning individual awards or team success. And he came out with a score of 32. And it's probably going to be smaller than even a lot of the players we get from like St. Mary's. But with that, that's kind of just from like where he's playing in that small conference. And remember, he gets to be in the Hall of Fame even though he played in that small conference because he took the chance of playing in a small conference. And he really won all that he could win. I mean, outside of winning the conference tournament, his last year, he won everything he could win. And not only did he do that, I mean, he was just a really good player. Like, led the team. Now, going forward, since I'm at this mid-major, I could stay here to just kind of end it out, like just never transfer. or never jump teams. But there's since I'm doing Steve Nash, I want to do it kind of realistically. So there's only certain schools I'll leave for. So I'll leave for Pac-12 schools, so schools on the West Coast, and some Big 12 schools that are on the West Coast, like Colorado or Texas, uh, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. I might leave for those, but uh, if I'm going to go anywhere further east in Texas, it would have to be for a glamour job. So a glamour job would be a job like Kansas, Indiana, uh, Duke, Carolina, Kentucky, St. John's. It would have to be something big like that. All right, so that's enough of me talking. About to go ahead and get the rest of the season going so I can meet you guys at the end. All right. So here we go. Finish the season. Didn't really end well at all. 18-13, nothing to write home about, but given the roster, I mean, what do you expect? So let's go over our leading scores and whatnot. Crawford, who's the guy I was looking at using as a stretch four, is he was our leading scorer. It's good we'll have him back next year, but he might not be the stretch four, and I'll show you guys why. In terms of rebounding, at center led for us, assists. Crawford was second in assists, almost led. This guy, he will not be starting next year, that's for sure. I know I have somebody better than a 69 coming in. And, outside of that, nothing really to write home about. Anybody shot any good percentages? Kirkland shot pretty good, 53% from the field, 126 attempts. Threes. He could shoot. He's a little bit of a shooter. I might move him to the two, because he's not going to run point. Nothing really to write home about. Crawford shot at 35%. That's good. Right. See how we did in terms of stats in the conference. So third in scoring. A little closer to the bottom. Rebounds. Middle assists. Middle steals. Last in blocks. Pretty bad in turnovers. Third most turnovers. And we committed our fair share of fouls. Now let's take a look at the awards for the year. Alabama ended up winning the championship as a 2 seed. 9 losses in the 2 seed. That's kind of crazy. They were 24-9 and got a 2 seed. 8-8 in the SEC. So our player of the year, and damn, he was good. He did the thing. 28-9 and 3 blocks. Wow, really good year from that guy. Mid-major player of the year. I tried doing the one with Boise one time. It was so hard to recruit. I moved. I think I moved to UNLV, I want to say, or San Diego State, one of the two. It's our freshman of the year. All-American team. Second team All-American and all-freshman. I imagine we'll have some all-freshmen up here. The San Diego State job came available this year, and I would have taken it if it was available over St. Mary's, but it is what it is. You get what you give. Alright, so looks like we're going to have a time trying to knock Gonzaga out at the top of the conference. So they look really good. 90 overall. The Missouri coach is coaching now. Wow, this guy played 5 years? What the hell? That's a glitch. Oh, we did get Conference Freshman of the Year. Kirkland was a Conference Freshman of the Year. He'll move into a starting role next year. He's also Freshman All-Conference. Okay. See how many minutes in games he started. He just played in 20. Didn't start any, so... He must have been going against some real stiff competition. Am I right? How many minutes? What's the minutes per game? About 19 minutes per game. Alright. We actually had two guys make the freshman all-conference team. Take a look at the Final Four. Yeah, Georgia Tech, California, 2 1 seeds duking it out, and then 2 2 seeds on the other side. So yellow on this side, red on this side, duking it out. Dang, Georgia Tech almost got the win. Alright, so I'll see you guys to start the next season. So here we are, we're about to start off the season. As you can see, very disappointing loss to start off the season here. But I forgot to show you guys my recruits last year, so here they go. This guy was originally a small forward, so this is what I was talking about when I was saying I wouldn't move Crawford to power forward to be my stretch forward, because I have this guy, Devin Rogers, now. I am going to have to work on his shooting. See, his shooting's really not that good, so I'm working on his shooting specifically right now. So he's going to be my stretch four for the next couple of years, and I'm going to really be building around him. Like, he's going to be the marquee player. He's a freshman, 77 overall, second highest overall on the team. He will be the highest overall on the team next year. This guy right here is 5'11" shooting guard that I got last year. Oh, well, let's also look at Rogers' potential as a B-. Agar got him last year. He was a point guard. Potential A-. I like his consistency as an 80, and that's really good considering where his three-point shooting is. So he's going to be a sniper for me. He's going to be a really important part of the team going forward, because he's going to be a big-time scorer. So first game he scored 13 points. What did he shoot from 3? What's his percentage? So 44 from the field. Damn, 0 for 3. Well, he'll grow into it. And then this was my other point guard. I'm working on his shooting so he can kind of stay on the floor with those guys shooting threes. You see, he doesn't look too good right now, but I think he'll grow into it. B- potential. Those were my recruits. I was able to get Rogers because I had a small forward transfer out, so that's a good deal. So this is the lineup we are looking at working with right now. Rogers is the first man off the bench. He'll be getting some valuable minutes to help boost him up. And we also have our other freshman who will be getting some minutes along with Kirkland. And I think by Kirkland's senior year, this is going to be a really good team. And just show you the recruits I'm looking at now. So we're looking like we're going to get 2 All-Americans. We should get this guy over Utah. We'll have to see how it goes. Go ahead and recruit him. And then this guy, he's pretty much a lock. And I think he's going to play small forward for us, so he's going to take Crawford's spot. So he'll run to 3. And we'll pretty much have our starting lineup. This will be our first guard off the bench. I like his shooting, that rating. And he's a C+ shooting as a shooting guard. So, I mean, well, 3-point shooting. So it's pretty much guaranteed to go up as far as that rating when I switch him to small forward. So I'm imagining he's somewhere between a 72 and an 80. And you just work on it a little bit, he'll be a great shooting threat. Also athletic, handle the ball a little bit, skill, but he can play defense. That is going to be important. Let's take a look at his stats. So his percentages, he shot averaged 12 and 7, 4 assists. And our other All-American, 12, 5 and 5 percentages are pretty good. So it looks like he's a pretty good 3-point shooter. He's got to be. Looks like he's more of an athlete though. Till the speed's at an A-. So hopefully we can end up getting this guy as well. Let's just go here. So him, I would obviously move him to center. He'd be our backup center. And Derek Rice, he's averaging 13, 13 and 7, so pretty good. He'd be another good guard. Either him or Randolph will, if I get them both, will run the shooting guard. See what his percentage is. Oh, he's shooting the ball pretty well. They're both shooting the ball pretty well. So if we can end up getting all these guys, it'll be good for us. But I'll see you guys at the end of the season. All right, so year in review, as you can see, we hit the 20 win mark, going 22-11, and actually made the NIT where we got ran out the gym by Georgia. Morales, he played, so we were in it in the first half, it looks like, but after that, just couldn't keep up. They kept up their clip of offense while we did not. Crawford, he actually played a decent game, I guess, but Morales was the guy here with 11 assists. So it'll be really interesting next year because Rogers actually got the start, so he supplanted Carney throughout the year as the starter. Really impressed with the game he had here. So this is more about building. We're not like other guys who say, nah, we're not going to play in the NIT because we're building for the future. Did get a win on Gonzaga here. At home, it was close. Come from behind. Crawford had an amazing game. 26 and 12, 5 assists. Off 21 shots, did go 3 of 9 from 3-point range. But this game right here was my 200th win. So win number 200 for Steve Nash. Faring a whole lot better as a college coach than he did a pro coach. Crawford put that 20-piece up for me, 3 of 5 from the field. This guy was really good at getting to the free throw line. I want to see how many free throws he attempted this year because he was really good at getting to the free throw line this year. 185, shot 73% from the field. Yeah, he was really good at getting to the free throw line. So let's take a look. Our individual stats, he averaged 18, 6, 3, and 2. Really good, solid year for him. Ager, the freshman undersized shooting guard. There was a guy from Texas. I forget his name, but that's kind of who he reminds me of. He's real small, but he's playing it too. He was actually he was a point guard with DJ Augustine on this game. Forget his name though, but he's doing really good. Carney and Crawford led us in rebounding. Need Kirkland to pick that up next year. Let's see. What is his? So he's alright in those regards, but I need him to do better in terms of being a rim protector and rebounding the ball. Okay. So let's take a look at the awards. Of course, Charlotte won the national championship because for whatever reason, they always get to a point where they can, or like they're really good. There's always a couple A10 teams that end up going through cycles of being really good. It's our player of the year, mid-major player of the year. Both those guys 8. Coach of the year, of course, they went 35 and 3. He's got to be. I also have the defensive player of the year. Wow, they were really good. Jeremiah Cunningham was the big man of the year. Here's our national freshman of the year. This guy looks pretty good. Doesn't have a lot of potential though. He's not as consistent as you would like for him to have any potential. But he's a pure scorer. He looks like a 3-level scorer here. If his handle was better, he'd really be a problem. Here are our All-Americans. We actually got credit for an All-American here because Emeka Ager, he qualified for the All-American freshman list here. And we were the regular season conference champions. So good on us. And like we are going to be so good in the coming years. So good. Our conference coach of the year, Coach Mizzou, who was at Gonzaga, leaving to go to Kentucky. Player of the year. We had conference freshman of the year. So had 3 first team West Coast Conference players and 3 all freshmen West Coast Conference players. So be really interesting to see how next season goes for us. Given that we're bringing back a whole bunch of talent, and not only that, we're bringing in a bunch of talent as well. We were able to get every recruit we went for. So all the guys I showed you earlier, as well as this world recruit from Cameroon, 6'7" with a good shot, so he'll be a good stretch 4 for us. We kind of already went over these guys' stats and whatnot, but expecting a lot out of these guys. I think they'll be really good coming out of the gate. And by the time Kirkland's in his senior year, we'll be really good. So now we kind of need to concentrate on just supplementing those guys as far as recruiting goes, and we can just constantly reload. So like if we're going to lose Kirkland, so the way we're going to lose Kirkland after, not next season, but the season after. So the season after, we need to have a center lined up to be recruited, taken into the program. So here's one All-American, how he did. Looked like he was second best for the West. 5 of 10 from the field, 2 of 5 from 3. And then here's Randolph McMillan. He was my other. Looks like he kind of just got in the game, did a little something. All right, that's it. See you guys to start the next season. All right, you guys. So here we are, starting this season. So far, so good. We've had some really good games. Like right here, we put up 116 while dropping. Just imagine getting 57 dropped on you in the first half, and then the second half getting 59. That's kind of wild. But played really well. There's a lot of talent here. 87 overall, and this is all. Let's just go straight to recruiting then. I only have 1 scholarship. Offering this guy, it's going to be a guy where it's going to have to go throughout the entire year. But I only had 1 scholarship, didn't have any real needs. He was the best shooter, so I just took the best shooter. Let's look at his percentages. 39 from the field. The 41% from 3 is major. He'll come in, be a good guy for our small ball offense. As you can see, good jump shooting, good defender and athlete as well as IQ. But if you look at our starters, they're all juniors, and then there's one. They're all freshmen, sophomores, and then there's one senior, one junior. So we'll get 1 more year of him, and he's going to be replaced by not being right here, George. And I'm already getting George ready to be that shot blocking, rebounding guy. Doing that by setting up his training. So here are our freshmen. Here's the All-American. He definitely fit the bill as advertised. Not a lot of potential here, but overall, a decent score. He's going to be a really good wing for us at 6'7". So that'll be good. Marshall, he's improving as we'd like to see. 3-point shooting is greatly improved. Like to see him becoming that stretch 3. Actually, let me edit his 3-point tendency where he takes a little more. Forgot. Well, no. 70's good. 70's good. 70 will keep him honest. And then our other freshman. Let's see. Which was McMillan, 76 overall. Good looking player. Athlete. Working on his shooting. Want his shooting to at least be in the 80s by the time he's starting. So that way he'll be able to contribute the ways we want. We really want 1 through 4 to be able to shoot it, and then at 5 be able to just rebound and lock down the post. Be a rim protector. So this is what we're looking at in terms of starters. Good starting lineup. Moss changed him to a shooting guard because his 3-point shots pretty good. Undersized guard, but this is where we can more so use him at. Kind of wish Bing would transfer. Well, I can get other guys some minutes here. Alright, I'll see you guys at the end of the season. Alright, so here we go. We were able to sign him. He's going to come in, be hopefully a good piece off of the bench. As you can see from the record, we actually kind of finished ahead of schedule. We made the tournament as an at-large because we got bounced in the second round by Pepperdine. We ended up winning the whole thing. So we were a 3-team, 3-bid league. That's pretty impressive. Us, San Diego, and Pepperdine. San Diego beat us here, and they also, this right here, this is where they clinched the regular season conference championship. So still no well, we do got one regular season conference championship. Let me check. Yeah, we did win regular season conference championship last year. It was kind of aberration though. We went 9-5 and won it. So right here, after this week, we got ranked. We were ranked number 23. We held it right here by beating Gonzaga, but like I said, the West Coast Conference, these weekend games, they kind of hold you. Because if you look, we only lost these Saturday games. And, I mean, we lost to Pepperdine 3 times, so I can't say. But at the same time, they were all 3 Saturday games, so. Is what it is. Check out our leading scores and whatnot. So, Agger here averaged 17, really good for us. Last year he was 13, so averaged 17 this year. Rogers was 14 and 5, pretty good. He also averaged a block for us. It's pretty good. So. We got some guys developing. I think next year will be a really good year for us. We look at these starters. They shot the ball pretty well. So if we look at all of our starters, these top 5 guys are starters. They all shot well except for Morales from the field. And then from 3, Marshall and Auger really shot it well. Rogers needs to improve some, but the other guys, they shot it really well. And they took a lot of them, too. Morales, he needs to improve, but overall, we did a pretty good job. I think I'm going to let more 3s rip next year. See if we can put up even more points than we did this year. And with that being said, let's see how many points we did put up. 85, average 85 points a game. 15 assists, 14 turnovers. Hopefully we can continue to improve. Led the league in steals with 10. Just jolly good show, old boy. He's a proper lad. He's a proper lad. So here, we got ran out the gym, boy, by Michigan State. Good learning experience. You see our team unity building up there. So, imagining by the time we get next year, by the time we're playing in a conference tournament, we'll have 3 guys with their game experience bars maxed out. Marshall will probably have 4, and that's going to be really good for our team unity. Might as well check out the rest of these while we're here. So no Final Fours. We got to change that. But this is going to be a really good team next year. I'm really excited about it. We went undefeated for a good minute. We had lost to Pepperdine. I want to say we'd won like 21 or 18 in a row at that point. Well, 3,500 person gym, but we pack it up with the Gale Force. The Gale Force, that's kind of funny. We shot the ball pretty good as a team. Hopefully we continue to do that. Here are all of our leaders. Who to foul? That's sad that Eggers won the foul. He's one of our best shooters. Best in the conference in offensive efficiency, second in defensive efficiency. We're actually 14th in national defensive efficiency, which is kind of crazy because we're completely focused on offense. Oh, our rebounding margin, we're plus 1.6, kind of. That's kind of astounding. Since turnover ratio was up. Oh, we're a pretty good team. We're a pretty good team. I think next year it's going to be even better. These guys are going to be really good. So, all right, I'll see you guys there. All right, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and kick off season. I believe this is 12. These are our signings so far. So, 6'6" slasher from Sacramento. Check out his numbers. Well, we just do this, I guess. So I feel really good about his shooting. He's the kind of player we want. Steve Nash really getting it done on the recruiting trail. I believe this might be my 4th or 5th All-American. But 45% from the field, 83% from charity stripe, and 40% from three. Gotta love that. Average 13 and 5, so that's a good deal there. Then this guy right here, he's going to be our shot blocking rebounder, and I do believe we're going to have to work on, because he's a pretty lowly rated guy. So, and his defense isn't that high, so we're going to have to work on his defense. But his rebounding looks to be really good. Hopefully his rebounding's already there, so we can just kind of focus it all on his defense. But this is our other guy we're looking at. I think we might end up slotting him into that stretch 4 role. So if you look at his shooting, it's alright. It's alright, but I'm thinking we're going to slot him into that stretch 4 role. We can see he's already a pretty good rebounder. Now here's our starting lineup for the year. Morales barely edging out McMillan. They're kind of having a battle here for the starting position. But they're kind of having a battle. George has really developed kind of fast. So I'll actually be happy to see whenever he takes over next year as the starter, because I think he'll be higher than this 83. These guys will all be really good. And this might be my last year at St. Mary's next year, depending on how everything goes. We'll take a look at some of the games already. We're 9-2. We had some big games up here, like some big ones. Yeah, right here. Agger put on a 39-point special. He's currently leading us with 22 points a game. I don't know, man. Right now, he's looking like a candidate to maybe make the Hall of Fame. The iMaynor College Hoops Hall of Fame. He's already got a freshman all-conference and first team all-conference, freshman all-America, conference freshman of the year, and a first team he's got 2 first team all conferences already. If he's 4-time all conference first team and gets multiple conference player of the years, it's gonna be hard to keep him out. So, I mean, it'll be harder to get in the higher up level you go, just because there's going to be more expectation. But right now, he's a definite candidate. So we'll look at stats from some of our other players. So Rogers, that's our 6'11" small forward converted to power forward. He's playing pretty good, averaging 16 and 6, helping block shots a little bit. Let's see how well these guys are playing in terms of efficiency. So I like that both these guys are shooting 48%. They're leading their team in scoring, but they're also shooting 48%. They're both also shooting 40% from three. Good googly moogly. Egger's really eating it up. He might get Conference Player of the Year again this year. He's playing really good. Then our other guys that are shooting threes, Morales, he's having a tough time. But McMillan and Moss are both shooting McMillan 50% and Moss 43%. Marshall's having a tough time as well. But both these guys, I'm still working on their 3-point shooting. So that's it. I will see you guys on the other side. Alright guys, so here to recap the year, we did end up signing the small forward prospect we were looking at. Those help supplement the roster. And we finally won the conference championship. And Auger's really making a case. So he'll be coming back for his senior year next year. He's really making a case to be a College Hoops 2K Hall of Famer. Open round 25, 5-5. Next round, he was barbecue chicken, and we almost lost the game, but he did drop 17. Then he caps it off with 26 and 3 steals, 2 blocks at 5'11" in a 1-point win over San Diego, who we actually split with them. And I want to say they gave them the regular season. Yeah, they gave them the regular season. So we did split with them. If we'd just won one more game. And so this right here is what I'm talking about when I say they hoe us on the weekend game. So look, had no business losing this game. That one I guess I could see. And had no business losing this game. And another one, we should have won it. They just kind of hoe us on those games. But pretty good year all the way around for us. Unger also dropped 22. He maintained that average, as did Rogers. So they both had pretty solid years. Let's take a look at these percentages. So they were both at like 48, so they stayed here. That's good. Auger shot 42 on the year. Good deal. And, Morales picked up his shooting from downtown, as did Marshall. McMillan regressed a little bit. Moss almost shot 50%. He was right here, so it's a good deal. Morales was the only free throw shooter in the 90s. Got to get better at shooting free throws. We'll take a look at our team stats. Averaged 89 points per game. That's really good. Averaged 17 assists and 10 turnovers. I'm telling you, I think this team's going to be really good next year. Kirkland actually got hurt somewhere in the tournament or here. It was either this week or the tournament. Like, broke his toe. So the earliest he would have been able to come back would have been like Sweet 16, Elite 8. So George actually got some reps in here, our backup center. And he's already an 84 overall. So I think we're going to be really good next year. We did get the win here. 1-point win over Michigan. Then this time only a 9-point loss to Michigan State. Michigan State's always real good in my sims. Let's take a look at the awards. Player of the Year, that guy, he ate. Mid-major Player of the Year, he ate too. Yeah, 22-6, he ate. Wow, this guy's Defensive Player of the Year and averaged 1 steal and 1 block. That's crazy. Here's our first team All-Americans, second team freshmen. Also, UNC, the job came up, and I was the second candidate. Would have took the job, but I was the second candidate, so didn't get it. So next year, good Pac-10 job comes open, we'll take it. Just kind of have to see what happens. So yeah, they gave them this, even though we had the same conference record. So, and I think we beat them. I'm gonna have to check that. I think we might have swept them. So it technically should be us. If it is, then if Agger, I'm accounted for him if they put it in the record books for them and we swept them. If that technically should be us, but I'm conference coach of the year again. Yeah, Agger's gonna end up going into the Hall of Fame. He's going to because he'll probably average 20 points again next season, and so he'll have a conference player of the year, 3-time first team all conference. So he'll probably 4 times all conference, multiple conference championships. Because he did get a regular season one his freshman year, which he was a contributor. He did start. So, let's see where his totals are. And 1787, so he's probably going to finish in the 2000s. Solid career, man. And 44 from the field, 43 from 3. Free throw percentage, you do not like that, though. Our conference freshman of the year. Here's our first team. We had 2 guys on the first team. Kind of undersized point guard and our small ball 4. Then our center, Kirkland. Again, he'll be gone. He's an 85. The guy behind him was an 84. Since he played more, he might have ended up going up. He didn't. He's right there. But we're going to be really good next year. So I'll check you guys out there. All right, guys. We got some things to discuss here. But we'll start with the recruiting. So these are the players I'm looking at. Don't really have a need for a big. We'll have George next year. But I am going to go ahead and get one. I'm going to get Turner here. We're solidly going to get him. Decent rebounder. What I'm looking at there is those blocks. I can teach them how to rebound, be a better rebounder. But those blocks, he's going to be a good interior defender. So he'll be our rim protector. Also, we'll take a look here. His block's already a B+. Rebounding's not terrible. He's got a good vert. So I think he can be a pretty good rim protector for us. And look right here, his defense is an A-. Rebound is B+. So I think we're going to be in pretty good shape with this guy. Maybe he'll grow an inch or 2. Pause. Then looking at these guards, I want to get both of these guards, number 35 and 36 player. Let's start with number 36. So we're kind of edging Texas Tech right now. But decent score. Shoots the ball very well. So that's why I want him. Then here, not quite as good a shooter. But we can teach him how to shoot. If anything, he'll play behind him. Then we'll take one of these guards. And I'm not sure which one right now. Might scout them both. Might take both of these and not take the shooting guard. But I'm going to do a lot of scouting. See who I want to actually offer. So everybody here, I'm very sure we get. But this guy, a decent shooter, can pass the ball as well. This guy, not as good a shooter, but we'll just take and see what we get. Now, this power forward, we don't have to recruit him so hard. So, we'll just go to the other guys and look to how we're going to scout them, so that way we'll know which of those 3 we're going to take. Now, we do need to discuss that this might be my last year at St. Mary's. Check this out. Number 2 preseason team. Here's our overalls. Really good offensively and shooting-wise. Decent rebounding and defense. Whole lot of experience. Our team unity's by the time we start conference play, it's going to be maxed out. So I expect we'll make a run in the tournament this year. We'll probably at least get a Sweet 16, so I get my first Sweet 16, maybe even make an Elite 8 or Final Four. And if that happens, I'm going to be the marquee coach on the board for jobs. So this may be the last year at St. Mary's. Steve Nash being who he is, I may just stick it out here at St. Mary's. But this could be the last year at St. Mary's. Again, the jobs I'd go for. So I take the better job of Pac-12 teams. So any of the 4 California schools, then I take Arizona, Oregon, Washington. Big 12, I'd go to like Colorado, Texas. Wouldn't go to A&M. Wouldn't go to Texas Tech either. Have to be Texas. Then it's the glamour jobs. So Kansas, Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, Indiana, schools like that. But it is a real possibility that we're done this year, and also we're done at St. Mary's. But what's also going to be a real possibility is Ager making our College Hoops 2K Hall of Fame. So, looking at his stats here, so far he's looking like a player that can make it. He's going to score over 2,000 points. Not only that, he's going to probably add another Conference Player of the Year and a First Team All-Conference. He's going to be 4-time First Team All-Conference. May make an All-American team. And this will probably be the year we win the regular conference and the conference tournament. So, thinking he's going to make that Hall of Fame. But without further ado, I will see you guys at the end of the season. Well, you guys, I'm here to wrap up the season a little early because we have a very pleasant surprise. We are in the national championship game here in Indianapolis, the RCA Dome. So I did get some footage right here in the championship game. That's why the score so low. But we had a pretty good year, as you can see, 33-3 overall. There was a crazy game up here I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, right here. 105-24. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Rodgers put up 31-7. Awesome game. 21 points. 21 assists, 6 turnovers, 48 rebounds. We really out rebounded them that much. Put up 69 shots. 10 of 20 from 3-point land. Shot 33 free throws. I know that was hot. But yeah. We're going against Connecticut, which I think is the number 1 overall seed. Yes. At 30. What are they? 36 and 2? Yeah. So best 2 coaches in the game. Not best 2 coaches. Best 2 teams in the game. I'll have to see how it goes. We could win a national championship here. It's time for the moment of the truth. And we did it. We did it. Actually won a national championship. 10-point game. I wish they had the feature where you could jump in to see them. But 10-point game. We actually we led in the first half. Dropped 50 in the second. Good deal. This guy's definitely the MOP. Yeah, so Agger's definitely going to make the Hall of Fame. I will count that up. I'll also see if Rodgers makes it as well. But I'll count that up, and I'll let you guys know if Rodgers makes it and what Agger's legacy score is. All right, so given how the season ended, I did have to add 2 guys to the Hall of Fame. So let's see. First, of course, Emeka Ager, whatever. Played till he was a senior. He was a number 54 recruit. We changed this for him. 31 and 90. So they both had, and then the other guys, Devin Rogers, power forward, 6'11". He was my stretch forward guy at 245 pounds. Number 51 recruit, 8 at this position. Number 31. 90 overall. They both had 3 tournament bids, a Sweet 16, an Elite 8, a Final 4, and a national championship. Ager was honestly the MOP. Go back, take a look at those games. They both also won 2 regular season and 2 conference tournaments. Ager was on the freshman All-American team. He was 2-time conference player of the year, as well as the conference freshman of the year. See, this is another reason why I kind of put Rodgers here, because Rodgers, he was 3 times all-conference, as we can see here, as well as on the all-conference freshman team, and he probably would have had a bigger role if he wasn't on the team the same time as Ager. So I had to put him up here too. But here's their stats and our legacy score. So Ager has our highest legacy score so far with a 60. And what's my man? Rodgers has a 38. So now, Jesus, excuse me. So now we'll get into a recap of the season, which I think we really kind of already did. Didn't take a new job. Nothing really popped up. One thing that really popped up was Oregon State. Here are our recruits. We did end up getting that shooting guard, so I took both point guards. Yeah, that's it. We've already kind of looked at the Final Four, but we'll look at it again and then take a look at the awards. But Ager was definitely MOP, 29 in this game and 30 in this game. Let's take a look at our stats. Hager averaged 22, 3 and 3, and 2 steals. While Rogers he went for 19 and 5 with a block to go along with that. Both guys started all 37 games for us this year. We'll take a look at the awards. We'll call it a day. So, of course, we're the champions. So, we are the champions. Insane, I wasn't coach of the year, but he had a really good year. I think he won before we played him. They were 36 and 2. All right, so now All-Americans. And we'll kind of recap this run that we went in the tournament as well. So this run was a particularly good one because, wow, Notre Dame was our 1 seed. This tournament was a particularly good one because, so we got to play some teams here, skated through. Oklahoma, it was kind of close, but then we played Michigan State. I believe I've lost like 3 or 4 tournament games with Michigan State, but both of our guys, they came through in the clutch. As you can see, we were really only up 2 points in the first half. Then we blanked them in the second. Ager going for 25, 4 and 5. And Rogers going for 36, 3 and 2. Then the rest is history. So I'll catch you guys at the start of the next season. Welcome back, you guys. We'll try to duplicate the success of our championship year. Start with recruits. So this guy, got to get him. He's going to be great for the team. 55% shooter, 48 from 3, 22 points a game, 7 and 6. He's going to be great. His 3's already A- there, A+ speed. Got to get him. This guy right here looks to be alright. Decent percentages here. And this is a guy from Mexico. Just want to be a rim protector, essentially. Nothing he does that really stands out. This is what we're left with for our starting rotation. Got a true stretch 4 this year. He's an 89 from 3. So I cranked his all the way up. Pause. Hopefully he'll be able to put up a bunch of points for us from 3 this year. All right, so we got. Thank you. We'll see you guys on the flip side. All right, time to go over how the season ended here. Here are our leading scorers. 10 guys and 10 plus points. See what their percentages look like. They shot it really good from the field. And 3. Yeah. So they did pretty good here. Take a look at the team stats. At 86 points. Top of rebounding, top of assists. Really good job on the assist to turnover ratio once again. And we did make it to a Sweet 16. Where were we at? Right here. Beat UL Lafayette first round, second round, dismantled Carolina. It's always fun. And then we lost in the Sweet 16 in Minneapolis to Georgia Tech. So recruiting, who were we able to sign? We were able to sign a shooting guard, but it's not gonna matter because I'm not there anymore. Took a job at Cal. They just won the national championship. Got a lot of juniors returning, so let's see how I can fix this roster real quick. I'll see you guys for season 14, 15, something like that. Alright, you guys, so we had a real storybook ending here. We won the championship 2 years ago, and Cal won last year. Returned a bunch of guys, and their coach retired, so they hired us. That really worked out with what we wanted to do as far as staying on the West Coast at a California school. So Steve Nash will have played his whole career coaching in California. Already a champion, so way better than his pro career in real life as far as coaching. Now, their roster is not built the way I want exactly, but there's talent here. These are our starters. Not a level of shooting I prefer, but we can make some shake. And these are our recruits for year one. What we're looking at to get, we really have to get a center. So I'm really hoping I get one of these guys. We really need a center. Right. But that's all I got. See you guys at the end of the season. Alright. So we finished our first season as the coach at Cal. Played our way into a 3 seed. I actually got an offer from Duke the same year I did Cal. I went with Cal because they were closer to being a current power as they just won a championship. And also it's consistent with our Steve Nash character to want to stay on the West Coast. So it just made more sense. Had a Pac-12 game here in D.C. It'd been a lot better if it was here in L.A. That would have been crazy. But epic game, lost by 3 points. So let's go over our stats. We played really good. Had everybody, it was a real team effort as far as the rebounding goes. Did a good job of spreading the ball as well. Only really played an 8-man rotation. Bench has not got a lot of depth to it. And that's going to be important because next year we're bringing in 6 new guys. I'm going to show you in a second. Didn't really shoot the best. The roster was not the best constructed for shooting. 3-point shooting went well. I mean, as well as it could. Like, this was probably the optimal situation versus what I normally try to do for this small ball team. And then let's take a look at the awards. Well, let's take a look at our team stats first. So led the league in scoring, 3rd rebounding, 2nd assist, 3rd steals, 3rd blocks. Led the league in terms of turnovers. That's good. Awards. Oregon actually went on to win it all. Our Carolina has Player of the Year, Mid-Major Player of the Year, Coach of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Big Man of the Year, Freshman of the Year. We've yet to get an All-American. I'm really hoping we get one here, but I don't think our small ball style really lends to that unless I just get a guy who's a knockdown shooter, like a J.J. Redick. You know, one of my favorite college shooters in recent memory is Luke Kennard. He really saved Duke in that 2017 season, because Tatum was doing his thing, but Tatum wasn't going to be able to do it by himself. So him kind of filling that Robin role, because Grayson just wasn't doing it that year. I want to say that's the year all the tripping started. He was tripping, man. You have a first-team all-conference player. Now, if this guy could have had the best career, and he wouldn't have made my Hall of Fame because I only had him 1 year. So, same for this guy. And that's it for the awards. We'll take a look at our recruits. I did recruit this world guy just to kind of be a backup point guard. Maybe we don't end up using him, really, but that's why I recruited him. Had to get 2 bigs because my big is leaving, so it's going to be a real growing curve here. Both guys good at rebounding already, so it looks like I have to work on their defense. Let's see what their stats are. So he elected not to play. There's 8 rebounds. That's pretty good. Off of 2.5 blocks. So between these 2 guys, I think I'll have it. I'll probably have to redshirt one of them. These 2 4-star guys, he can really shoot it. Almost shot 40 for 3 in the field. Averaged 20 points, 8 rebounds, so I think he's going to be a really good player for us. Old Spanky Roberts. I think he's going to try. I'm trying to get him to be that stretch 4. Shooting 47% from 3. If I can get him to be that stretch 4. Really good for us going forward. And then we have Jaron Bernard. I think we'll have to work on his shooting, but I think he's going to play the 3. So I'm going to have him at the 3 and Spanky at the 4. All right, I'll see you guys at the start of the next season. All right, so here we are to start season 16. Here are the recruits. Really just focused on getting some shooting in. I'm going to go with this guy just because, as you can see, I don't really have a whole bunch of options. And he may end up being better than both the guys we already got. I think the highest overall on those 2 centers was a 75. So he may end up being higher overall. I'm going for these 2 guys. I'm definitely recruiting him as well with my 4th scholarship. But if I get neither one of these guys, it'll be fine. Because I'll have these guys down here. I'll be able to take at least one of them. But here's what their stats look like. Go to the percentages. Really like the 3-point percentages here as well. So, the exception of this guy. It looks like some good shooters. Here's the roster we're working with. We were able to get this point guard back for another season. He and the center are going to be our 2 focal points. Center can shoot 3, so I'm going to let him let it rain. Also really good handling center, so it's going to we're really playing like positionless basketball here this season. Let's see. Got his tendency for threes turned up to 90. As you can see, he's an 86 rated 3-point shooter. The freshman we had coming in, here's one. He may end up becoming the stretch four, because his 3-point shooting's not there. So we're gonna have to get his 3-point shooting up, A+ potential. So I'm hoping he is able to grow in that regard. Here's Spanky, the one I thought was going to be the stretch four. He may play back up to what's my guy's name? Jerron Bernard. That's a black name. He may play back up to him. Not sure yet. Not entirely sure. But here's one of the other freshmen we got. He's already a 90 overall 3-point shooter. So he's going to grow naturally with that. So I'm not going to worry about making his shooting better. He can grow his overall game. And here's one of those centers. Decent offensive rebounder. Or good offensive rebounder. Not really locking down the paint like I'd like. Or defensive rebounding like I would like. Here's the other guy. Really the same story, except he can block a little better. So I think I'm actually going to redshirt him. So then that way next season, and here's the guy from England, I'm going to redshirt him. I think I'm actually going to redshirt him. Then the center that comes in next year, I redshirt him as well. Right, and I'll see you guys at the end of the season. So here we are, the end of season 16, which is basically the today's season, this year's season in real life. And it was a doozy. 13 and 18. Actually had to replay this season because excuse me, because my game froze. But in that season we went 13 and 17, so no difference. Here's what our stats look like. Wade Garcia was the main guy, stretch 5. Put up stats, I guess, as far as averages. Shot the ball pretty well as well. 47 and 38. What's his free throw percentage? 77. So not bad. This is what really hurt us. Bamute. Kamar Bamute. He went down. He got hurt. That's what really hurt us. And he was our best player. I don't need to save it. I already saved it. What the awards look like. So St. Mary's actually won one. I'm trying to remember if any of these guys I recruited. Cuffy I might have. Douglas I know I did. And Boyd too. I recruited both those guys. And I recruited Rios. Sure did. So I'd have another chip if I was still here. Oh, wow. I do think I recruited him. I'm pretty sure I did. Actually, I think anyone that's a sophomore I would have recruited. So, yeah, I remember this guy. He was really good. Really good. Like, I think he came in shooting was a 90 or something. Yeah, see, he's really good. Well, good for them. Player it stuff. Still yet to get a first or second team All-American. How is he the coach of the year? Now he's at USCG. He get fired? I'm gonna have to go check that out. Let's go check that out whenever we get done here. So I'm guessing he was an assistant last year. They made him coach of the year. That's kind of crazy. All right, then we'll take a look at the recruits. So we didn't end up getting either one of those All-Americans. But I'm still happy with what we got. We got some pretty good shooting coming in outside of Blackshear, which he may be better than I think. Nah, he's not. There's some pretty good shooting coming in. All right, catch you guys to start next season. So here we are, yet another season, and here are our recruits. Not able to recruit any All-Americans yet. That's what we're looking at. Good shooting here out of the point guard position, as I'll have to replace DeWitt soon. I like his shooting here. What's his passing ability? Not going to be the best passer, but he'll be good for our system in terms of shooting. And he's got good potential. Here I'm thinking maybe he'll grow a couple inches pause and really grow into that stretch 4 position. So he's a good looking shooter already. I think we could get him to be a phenomenal scorer for us. In terms of starters this year, this is what we are looking at. I think I'm going to play 8 guys again. DeWitt's going to be our main guy. And Jenkins as well. He'll be expecting him to take and make the 3. Actually, let's boost his tendency a little bit. I think that's good. I do want to actually manage the rotation because I'm only playing 8. And I don't want 2 bigs getting minutes. I need another guard. I think I'm going to go with Mendez. Well, maybe I got to change him here first. They will not let me change him. Well, maybe I can open it up to 9 and just let them open up and play a little faster. That way I'm at least getting another guard in there. See, we'll need to develop some experience. Let's press always. For our pressure offense, let's just go straight man. You know what? Maybe I have to redshirt Dick out. Redshirt him. Alright, now it'll work for us. Or should, anyway. All right. In terms of our freshmen coming in this year, so like I said, that center was better than either guy we had, and I really don't have to worry about him developing because he's already got it. I could do his post play, so he'd be a better low post defender, which is actually what I think I'm gonna do. But in terms of rebounding and blocking shots, we really kind of already got them where we need them. Other two freshmen we bring in right here, straight shooters, which is what we needed. Then the third guy here, not a shooter at all, so we redshirted him. We'll be working on his shooting. All right, see you guys at the end. So here we are, another season in the books. I'll show you how we did later. Here's the awards. Steve Nash's alma mater there, mid-major player of the year. Old Mike Bray. Wow, UNC had a pretty good freshman class. Hall had a really good year. It's our freshman. Alright, we'll go ahead and save here so we don't get a freeze. Alright, here's how our stats went this year. Hall didn't see this. I thought DeWitt would lead us in scoring. Team effort in terms of rebounding. DeWitt really distributed the ball. And we take a look at our percentages. Didn't really shoot the ball too well. 40s here, but Roberts with 37. 3-point shooting was horrendous from Bernard. Horrendous. He's got to get better. Hall shot 43% and DeWitt 42%. So looking to build on that. Let's take a look at our team stats. So, I mean, we're kind of in the same spot we were last season with all of these. So we led the league in blocks. Now, attribute that to our freshman center who's only going to age like wine. As you can see, another losing season, back-to-back losing seasons. We may be on the chopping block if we don't turn it around. And I was able to get both of those recruits. All right. So I'll see you guys to start the next season. All right, so here we are. Here are the two players we're looking at. I really need this point guard because he can shoot, but looks like Oregon may want him. He's from their region, coming out of Vancouver, Washington, but he can really shoot, so I really need him. And he also averaged 5 assists, so really love to get that guy. Here's what our starting roster looks like. The guy who started last year actually redshirted him because he didn't improve any. So I redshirted him, and I think Lynch will be able to pick up that slack. So yeah, that's kind of what we have. Looking for Hall to kind of pick up where he left off last season, as well as DeWitt kind of carry the team. We'll have improved shooting. Put Roberts at the 4 instead of Barnard because Barnard is a better shooter, so he'll be able to stretch more. will get more out of his 3-point shot versus if Bernard was there. And he's also bigger in terms of like strength. Let me check the actual strength rating. Barnard's actually stronger. Oh well. But same low post defense. Barnard's a little bit better of a blocker, but about equal rebounding. So I was like, I'd rather have Barnard at the 3 so Spanky can stretch the floor. And that's what we have right now. See you guys at the end of the season. All right, here to wrap up the season. Here are our champions, player of the year, things like that. All-Americans. If you guys hear music, I think my neighbor's listening to, I guess, Paramore while he cleans out his car. Oh, he's player of the year. Okay. See, should we consider DeWitt? Nope, we shouldn't. He did have a enjoyable career, though. Wish he could have scored more. He was a real pass first kind of guy, but wish he could have scored more. If I'd had another point guard, I could have moved him to the 2 or the 3 even. Lynch was second team, so we'll have that building block going into next year. Blackshear made the freshman team, but I really need that guy to become a better shooter. I really need it. Alright, as you can see, we finished 19-11. Closed out the season 2 horrible losses. 21-point loss to UCLA. 9-point loss to Miami. And I thought we actually could have won this game against Miami because we were a 95, 96 overall, and they were 93. But we just didn't have the heart of the cards that day. Did want to show you guys a crazy game. So we started the season actually like 9-1, 10-1, and then this happened. And I was like, oh yeah, we're back. We're definitely gonna make a run. Crazy stat lines here. 2 players, 30 plus points, 10 plus assists. But I think next year will be our year. It's going to be a question of who's going to run point. I'd really hate to move Hall on the point because he's such a great shooter. But somebody's going to have to play point. And right now, I just don't know who. Hopefully, the freshman we bring in is really good. But that's what it looks like we're looking at right now. Here are our team averages. Kind of spread it around scoring, rebounding again, a team effort. DeWitt did a great job of distributing the ball. I think I'm going to have to just move Hall to the 1. Lynch was really the rim protector we needed. He actually blocked quite a few shots. Sort by the points again. We'll check out these percentages. So we shot the ball okay from the field. From 3, not so much. Not so much. And I think that's all I have for you guys. Oh, we can check out the Final Four. San Diego State and Texas, Alabama, South Carolina. Wow, 3 seeds. 3 the hard way. Oh, wow. Bama almost won. All right. And I believe that's all I have for you guys right now. I will see you to start the next season. All right, here we go. The start of season 19. These are the recruits we are looking at. Let's go from bottom to top. Two bigs here. We're looking at this guy has a shot, so I'm actually thinking about trying to develop him into a shooter and keeping him at 4. He'll be our rim protecting rebounder. This guy right here is 95 overall. Oh, let me show you his stats. He can rebound. They can both rebound. He can rebound and block shots. They both can. This guy right here is a shooter at number 95 overall. So have to get him. Then we can sign our home state's Mr. Basketball and the number 1 overall player here. If I had to assess his game, maybe not quite the shooter we want, but he can develop a lot of potential. Hopefully we get him. St. Mary's is right here on our ass. But we'll see how it goes with that. Here's our roster. Barnard's gonna be the guy for us this year. Had to move Hall to point. But we got a lot of shooting this year. A lot of shooting, especially coming off the bench. This Cal roster is starting to look more like what I need my roster to look like. Okay, so we will see you at the end of the season. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and start with the review of the season now. It's a little early, but there's a reason. So we did get our prize recruit along with one of the bigs and the point guard. Still recruiting the power forward. Thinking we get him. Now, the way the season went, really good, to say the least. Loss here we didn't really anticipate, but Santa Clara, we've had trouble with them before. Played really good. Got all the way up to a Pac-12 regular season championship. Could not close out the tourney. Made it to the semifinals. And here are our statistical leaders. Rebounding, real group effort. Hall did really good to distribute the ball this year. Allison helped him out a lot. Lynch again, just doing what we need him to do, being the rim protector, rebounding the ball. Now if we look at our field goal percentages, shot the ball very well. Of our top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Top 9 scores all shot 40% or better. In 3-point land, our top 4 shooters, in terms of attempts, 3 of them shot at least 40%. Roberts could have been better, but he stretched 4, so he really opened up the floor for us. They still had to respect him. And just did really good. Barnard was respectable. I know his rating isn't that high, but see, it's only a 76, but they had to respect him. So now we have the Final Four here. It's us, Charlotte, Arizona State, and State Bonaventure. So A10 versus Pac-12 on one side and A10 versus Pac-12 on the other. I'm going to go ahead and save it here because we're going to get gameplay for still a solid year overall. So we'll start with the recruiting. We were able to land the number one overall player, who is also uh, the best player in our home state, and also the Mr. Basketball All American. Um, he may be a good shooter. I know it says A minus here for shot, but I don't really know if that translates to his 3-point shot. Shot 33%, essentially. Let's check out his his stats in the All American game, and he did not perform well. He did not perform well at all. There were three other guys on the team that had really good games, and one of them plays his position, and he played 28 minutes, the most out of anybody in the entire game. He tied this guy who put up 17. And, he did play some defense, got some rebounds, so I don't know. We'll see how that goes. As far as how the year went, we did get some awards. So even though we didn't win the national championship, we did end up getting our first Coach of the Year award. So we did a really good job here. I guess right now what I say is, if I had to establish a narrative about Steve Nash as a coach in this simulation, is if he gets an experienced group that wants to play the way he wants to play, well, that can play the way he wants to play, he can do damage in the tournament. Otherwise, not so much. But closing in on 500 wins. What year are we in? 2026. So I think I'm going to go to 2038 at the most. That's pretty generous given we started this at age 40. So he'd be 70 by then. And it's really a stretch to say Steve Nash would be coaching until he was 70. So we're going to go with that. And we'll see what happens there. Let's finish out these awards, though. Whoa, a 90 overall freshman. Did he go to the... He's going to be a monster next year. Oh, my goodness. 94.3. Wow. It's crazy. Two first team guys. Hall is he a... Nah, he is not a Hall of Fame caliber player. Either is Barnard. He did have a really good senior year, though. Looking for this guy to do damage next year. Oh, I think we looked at all this, the stats and stuff last time. Let's check out the Final Four, which we kind of already knew. All right, and I'll see you guys to start next season. All right, so here we are to start the next season. Guess what we'll start off with is recruits. We got 4 scholarships. 5 guys we're looking at. The shooting guard is going to serve as backup if we don't get this All-American from Colorado. So he may go to Colorado. Hoping we get him, though. He'll be a good lead guard. Probably have to develop him into a shooter, though. Right here, it says he's a good shooter. Have to develop his shot some as well. So we're going to do a lot of 3-point shot development trying to get these guys up, but I like these guys so far. I think they're guys we can develop. A lot of potential in there. You got potential. You got potential. This guy will be a decent backup. Because he does at least shoot the three well. We're looking at our roster for this year. This is what we're going with. Sessoms is an 85 overall, but if you look at his shooting ratings, 92 close and 93, 87 free throw, that's going to be big because he's going to be playing in the post, as well as driving the ball a lot. Even though his layup isn't that good, he can handle the ball. So he's the small ball four. This is the small ball four. He can stretch it out. He can handle it. He can do all of that. Decent low post defense. We'll have to teach him how to block shots some this season just so he can get better at it. Decent rebounder. But Lynch, this is his senior year. He's the best player on the team. He's going to have to. I did turn his tendency up to where he'll take more close range shots, but that's it. So I think we're good going into this year. We're number 6 preseason. I think we have a chance to go back to the Final Four. All right, and I'll see you guys at the end of the season. All right, so we had an all-time great team here. I will be exporting this team out. So last year they took it personally with losing to Arizona State in the national championship game. We did not suffer a loss until we went to play at Arizona State this year, and it was a 24-point loss. And we had one loss all year, 34-1 in the regular season. And then this happened. We played a great second half. We were being blown out by 20 points in the first half. Come back, hang 60 in the second, but still lose by 1. So, them's the breaks. That's just how it goes sometimes. We did end up getting all the recruits we wanted. So, I'll have to see you guys next go round. Show the stats and the awards real quick. Now, this right here was crazy. We actually averaged 94 points a game. That's ridiculous. That may be one of the best averages I've had from a team. Here's the final four. And here's that guy from Boston College who was like a 90 after his freshman year. Didn't I mean he only grew 3 points, but still. All right, now we'll see you guys to start the next season. All right, so let's go ahead and preview this season. We come in ranked number 10 of preseason. Really good looking group of guys here. We do have some inexperience with Worthington and Blackshear, so let's go take a look at the roster real quick. Worthington's the number one player we had last year, 87 overall. He's more going to be like our premier wing defender. He's an athlete, can score in traffic. But as far as scoring, we're really having to work on his three-point shot. Blackshear is finally getting the chance to start, play some meaningful minutes. Um, you'll see he's still a junior. Well, he is still a junior this year because he got a medical redshirt last year. So we have a chance to have him as a six-year senior next year. That's going to be major. And his three-point shot, we're still working on it, so it'll be up. This isn't going to be anywhere near as good a three-point shooting team as last year. Really looking for Mikael Systems to carry us this year like he did last year. And I think he may, depending on what we do this year, he may have a chance to make that Hall of Fame because he will have gone to a national championship game. And just depending on the stats and the awards he racks up this year, he could, because we are giving him the opportunity to score a lot of points this year. Now, looking at the recruits this year, what we'll see is we have three guys that we are targeting. Out of those three guys, this guy's a definite. It's going to be a small ball five for us. Says he can shoot. What the decision? So we're going to have to make a decision on these two guys, Reed and Johnson. Not sure if I want to. I want to have the better shooter, but and I've already got a lot of point guards on the roster already. But I'm gonna just scout them and see how it goes. I'll probably make the decision whenever we get to the recruiting deadline. All right, and I'll see you guys at the end of the season. All right, you guys, here we are again. Another disappointing end to a very successful year. So we finished as the one seed in the West, made it to the Sweet 16, and another 1 point loss. Sessoms this year had a phenomenal year. As you can see, all the accolades. It earned him a spot into our Hall of Fame. Let me see if I can cue that up. Excuse me. All right, here we go. As you can see, his legacy score was helped by all he achieved this year: first team All-American, National Player of the Year, Big Man of the Year, etc., etc. Let's take a look at our overall team stats. So Sessoms really led the way, averaging 24 and 5. So look at the Final Four. Of course, here are our awards for the year. I did get Coach of the Year last year. Another thing I want to show you guys, I got win number 500, and the guys gave me that win in style. I'm going to show you the box score here against UCLA. Systems just went off. In terms of recruits, I just went ahead with the point guard because he did end up shooting a better percentage, and his overall game was better, so I can develop him into a three-point shooter if need be. See you guys start the next season. Alright, so here we are, the start of the next season. I guess we'll start with recruits. Got 2 point guards here. We're going to try to get them. Pretty sure we're not getting this guy. We may get this guy, which I really want him and one of these guys. No, actually, I think I'm going to just go ahead and plan for that. I'm going to just let this guy go. That way I can give that target spot to another freshman. Let's see. Alright, so right now I'm just making sure my targets match my scholarship projections. Alright, that's cool. So I'm gonna give these spots to freshmen. So what I like to do is first see out of the top prospects who I could get, like who's worth recruiting. And this guy looks like he might be. Oh no, this is the guy. He's gonna grow up to be like a 6'8", 6'9" small forward. Hopefully he can shoot. If not, I can teach him. So he'll get that spot right now. Cool. Then I'll probably end up targeting this guy as well. And maybe this guy too. Depends on how well they shoot. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and get them both. This guy, I'm going to definitely have to work on his shooting. Then here's what our roster looks like this year. We will be playing an 8-man rotation. This is our starting lineup. So here are the 2 freshmen, Reed and Emerson. Emerson, I changed him to a center. But I think I actually want him to be the small ball 4, not the 5. So I moved him this role so he could be our backup center. But I'll be working on improving his shooting. This guy right here, he's the other freshman. Really good player, 85 overall out the gate. Working on his shooting. I'm really just working on everybody's shooting with the exception of Horner, who's going to be working on defense and rebounding. Right. Then to show you how we're coaching this year, we are going to utilize that 2-3 zone because I moved Worthington to the power forward slot. So I do want to utilize the 2-3 zone some as a secondary defense because of that. Mainly I'm counting on Blackshear to be my primary 3-point shooter. We're not very good at 3-point shooting. And reducing the rotation down to 8 is going to give Egrick some time off the bench where he'll be able to let it rain threes. Expected coaching profile, change to a 2-3. We're only going to press occasionally. 8-man rotation. And these are our sliders. Alright, so we'll see you guys on the other side. So, really crazy turn of events for this season. I took and scheduled hard games at the beginning. I believe Michigan State was number 5, Miami was number 2. Michigan State ended up with a 5 seed, Miami a 1, and we struggled going into conference play. It looked promising here as we got this win over Washington, but Washington's one of the worst teams in the sim, and we lost a lot of games, like a whole lot. But the conference was really good. You know what they say, a rising tide lifts all boats. So to start this season, our unity was 3, and then it got us way up to 5. So we had a whole lot of inexperience, but we figured it out along the way. And in doing so, we got an 11 seed and made our way to the tourney. Now we were 16 and 15 to start the tourney, but upset here, 2 points. Ooh. Looks like Worthington played really well in these games. So he's the number 1 player for a reason. But we just continued to get upset after upset after upset until we ran into this team. I want to say they ended up winning it all. They did. And here's our final 4. Virginia Tech, Houston, Arizona State, and Cal. So take a look at our stats. Worthington led the team in scoring. As well as the rebounding. Tate did his thing, dishing, decent defense. And now let's look at these percentages. So we didn't shoot the ball optimally, and I think that's why our record is where it is. But after the improvements we've made, I expect us to be better next year because everybody is returning, even Blackshear. See, nobody went drafted. So we'll be returning a whole bunch of guys. We'll have a whole lot more depth. And I think we could possibly win a natty. Take a look at the team stats. Just abysmal offense this year. The lowest average we've had in quite some time. Middle of the pack. And just about everything else, really. We'll take a look at the awards. So Horner did get second team all conference. Conference must have been ass at the center position. We had 2 freshmen make first team. Recruiting, these are the guys we went with. I chose Cook because 1, he's a better shooter, and 2, he was a better overall player. So his low post defense, as well as block, was higher. Rebounding was about the same. So, even though I want to say the other guy was a little bit better shooter, I can make this guy a good shooter, and he'll be a better stretch 4. Alright, and that is all we have for this year. I'll see you guys to start the next. Alright, so you guys, let's get into this next season. So we'll start with breaking down the roster. So I was wrong. They wouldn't let Blackshear get a 6th season. I thought they would. They decided against it. So we'll start with what our starting rotation looks like. So I'm really not mad about it that he's not going to be here because we have Egerick. I guess that's his name. Here to play shooting guard with a 95 rating from three. And as we know, he has the green light to shoot. Could see a monster year from him. Worthington is back for his senior year. Number one overall player. He's been kind of disappointing in that he hasn't really won any awards. But we're making him the focal point of the offense, as you can see from his tendencies here. And Horner, we're going to let him get a lot of shots off from the center position as well. From close range anyway, as he has an 89 offensive awareness and 91 consistency. Mallory, we're kind of just going to expect him to add some scoring from the wing, primarily from three, as well as some driving, and mainly with Tate, it'll be driving and mid-range shooting. Emerson, I think he's gone after this year. Hopefully he comes back, and we could play real small ball. He could be our small ball 5, and Belser here, who has a 92 three-point shooting as a redshirt junior. Get him to come back, and we'll have those guys as our 4 and 5. And if we're able to have those guys, we're going to shoot a whole lot of threes between them. Egrick, we'd have Reed running point. Then we just have to maybe almost. Well, is Mallory? Nah, Mallory's going to be gone. Maybe Amos could develop into being a better shooter. But we take a crap ton of threes then, and we would make a lot of them. Decided to go with the 9-man rotation this year. Just what it looks like. I think I actually... Let me take this off. And take that off too. Let me get Emerson some more minutes. And remember, we're returning 4 starters from a team that we didn't have a lot of expectations for last year. They barely made the tournament as an 11th seed. Made it all the way to the Final Four. Did we make it? Yeah, we made it all the way to the Final Four. Yeah. So, I had said before that kind of the narrative that kind of surrounded our coaching this sim was if he had experienced guys that fit the system, he could win the championship. We had guys that kind of fit the system, but didn't have a whole lot of experience, and we still made a Final Four, so that's pretty cool. Here are the players I'm looking to recruit. I have to get this guy. Hopefully Marquette doesn't recruit him hard and I can get him, but we kind of have to get this guy because we need to replace our rim protector. In case Emerson leaves as well, we need a rim protector. If not, we're going to end up having to run Belser at the 5 next year. If I can, all right, let's just do it here. We'll end up having to run Belser at the 5, which would be okay, but then we'd have to run almost at the 4, which he's kind of built for it. He's kind of built to be a small ball 4, so I have confidence in him to do that. Then we'd have Egritt and maybe Reed. Yeah, Reed's going to be back for another year. So those would be our starters. Probably have a condensed rotation. Then there's this world recruit. I was looking at. Now I did want this guy, but Arizona State's going to get him. I guess I could still try to recruit him and see if they don't take him, and if they don't, then I'll just take the world recruit. But my world recruit. He's small and undersized, but he was always at the top of the recruits list. He's fallen recently. See, now he's way down here, but I feel comfortable having him. If we have to get him, we have to get him. I felt good about him the whole while. Sometimes they will throw a world recruit in here who's worthwhile. And then we're taking, I'm going to just call him Maxiel. easy get, and he is a pretty good shooter, averaging 19 a game. We can definitely use him. So that's what this year is looking like. I'll see you guys at the end. All right, so we'll go ahead and do our season recap here, doing it a little early. The year's 2030. We start out the season really strong, getting some pretty big margins of victory. By far and away, we were the best team. We did lose here to Air Force, who ended up being a number 9 seed in the tournament. But outside of that, we were just blanking everybody. Big score here. Our main guy, Worthington, 38-9. Ridiculous stat line. And Tate, who's really been a really good point guard, went 24-5. Then Emerson, a guy who's probably going to go into the draft off the bench, former number 1 overall player, state of California, averaging 11-6 off the bench, with 13-9 there. So good game by him. Bunch of crazy games we had. There's another one here against Tulsa. 30-10 from Worthington. True small ball 4. Just awesome player. I really like this team. What other games we get here? You know, we've had trouble with Arizona State in the past. We blew them out here. Crazy game here. Beat these guys by 70 points, dropping 51 in both halves. Egerick dropped 27-8-5. Best game he's had. 6-4-11 from 3. It's an awesome game. Worthington. Still doing his thing. Player of the Year candidate, maybe. I mean, we've had so many games where we've dropped 100 points. It's ridiculous. I'm interested to see what we're averaging. Then blanked Arizona State again, this time at home. So last time was on the road. Hung 116 on UCLA, dropping 57 and 59 in both halves respectively. 31 from Egerick, 6 of 7 from 3. Worthington shot a lot of free throws here, dropping 21 points. Oregon State did better here, but we still beat them by almost 40. I just really like this season by these guys. We did end up losing a game here. Another 100-point game here. Then we won here. And right here against at number 3 seeded Arizona, tragedy struck. As you can see, Worthington, despite no fouls, only played 19 minutes. He is injured. He has a broken ankle and will miss the entirety of the NCAA tournament. The small ball 4 that was driving the team, he's out. Now, my plan for next year was to move Emerson into his slot anyway, after he worked on his shooting. So let's see what would happen whenever he took over that role. We blank USC. Emerson didn't shoot from 3 well, but we got what we needed. Then we lose to Oregon by 2. Emerson shot better from 3 that game and better overall. And we had a good game, just second half it just slowed down for us. Turned the ball over a lot. Just wasn't going to happen. So then the question would become, where would we be seated? We've been a 1 seed all year. I mean, we've been number 1 all year long. There was maybe 2 or 3 weeks where we weren't number 1. So it'd be kind of disrespectful to not give us a number 1 seed, and they give us the number 1 seed. So we get a number 1 seed right here. Blank Lamar dropping 128 points. Good showing. Emerson 24-11 with 3 of 5 from 3. He's really kind of developing into a small ball 4 that we could use. He'd been awesome as a 5. I don't think we're going to get him next year. Right now he's projected to be a lottery pick, and he's putting up points in the tournament, so he's probably out. But just solid game overall. Then we move to Kansas State, win by 3. Multiple guys play good. I guess if I had to give it to anybody, for as like being the guy for us, I think I'd say Reed here. He's going to be starting at point guard next year, and he came up with 14 off the bench, as well as 6-6. So then we move to the Sweet 16, where we beat Seton Hall. Kind of got a lucky draw here. I think they were 93 overall. So that draw was lucky, considering we've been like 100 overall all year. Like I think we started as either 99 or 100. So really lucky draw for us that we were able to get these guys. And Reed again off the bench, 21, 9, and 8. Then the Elite 8, we win again in the South Regional, the Frank Irwin Center in Texas. Reed again off the bench, 19 points. Really did his thing. Really looking forward to seeing him lead the team next year. Tate had 10 and 7. Emerson still filling his role. Took a lot of shots, didn't make a lot, but he still did it. Then in the Final Four, who would we draw? We would draw the 8 seed Texas Tech. Again, another lucky draw as they're 8 seed and a 92 overall. So we kind of got a lucky draw here. Emerson in 22 minutes put up 20 and 4, shot the ball really well. Really good game by the guys. They battled back, as you can see. The first half they were down 8. And now it all comes down to this. Can Steve Nash win his second NCAA championship in Indianapolis? Let's look at a tape. So both teams are rated 100 overall. We are both lights out from 3. Both shooting 41%. Both shooting 77% from the free throw line. Field goal percentage. I mean, we're both just really good shooting teams. So the fact that they can rebound it better is kind of scaring me. In terms of rating, they can rebound better. We actually have a better rebounding overall. But we averaged 96 points. This is the most points I've ever averaged in a game. I mean, for a season. So these guys, and they did it 19 assists, 11 turnovers a game. So these guys, I am going to be taking this team and exporting them. One of the best teams I've ever built on this game. All right. Without further ado, here we go. So, boy, was that an exciting game. Here's a look at the final box score. Horner was, of course, the player of the game, but I think Emerson really willed us to that. Tate almost got a double double. Great game. If I had to pick someone to be the MOP, I think it would be Emerson. Yeah, I think it'd be Emerson. That's what I'd go with because of his performance in the first game as well, on top of his performance in the second. Hey, Mallory was shooting some threes, wasn't he? I really liked how Edric played. I think he's going to be really, really, really good next year. So we'll take a look at the team stats. Worthington, our missing senior, former number 1 overall recruit, led the team in scoring. Where's my guy? This guy right here actually went pro. Sucks. I thought we would have him maybe another year. But it's a freak athlete, so makes sense he would want to leave, go ahead, start his career. And he wasn't getting playing time here. Like, he might have played next year. Actually, I'd have loved to put him in a 3-guard lineup next year. But is what it is. You get what you give. The percentages are crazy. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 players. Oh, I'm late to do this. Yeah, 8 players who took at least 100 shots here. And of those 8 players, they all shot at least 40% from the field. If you take away Tate's 41%, the other guys, they all shot at least 47%. So that's really, really good. Emerson, who's going to be that high draft pick, sophomore, I think he's a projected lottery, yeah. He shot 51 from the field and 34 from 3. 3-point shooting was amazing. Edric, I'm really excited for him next year in this system. He shot 51 from 3. Yeah, just really excited. I think the team's going to be really good again. We're not going to be anywhere near as good as we were, but we are going to be good. Team stats, amazing how much we led the league by. 15 points over Arizona. Let's see the second closest team in the NCAA. Wow. North Carolina. Wow. I would get upstaged by them the one time I do this. That is ridiculous. What their team look like? All right. Well, it is what it is, I reckon. Second to them in assists as well. Led the league in steals. But, yeah, just overall great season by the guys. We've already went over the Final Four and everything. So we'll do recruiting and awards and call it a day. We were actually able to get that shooting guard, and I'm really happy about it. He looks really good. 12 and 11 and 5. I'm going to have to teach him how to shoot. Other than that, it looks really good. Got the center. He's going to be good rebounding out the gate, maybe even blocking shots, but I may have to teach him a little something. And then we got this guy right here. He's going to be a straight-up shooter for us. And look at what our shooting guard did in the All-American game. 12 points, 3 or 4 shooting, so maybe we don't have to teach him too much in terms of shooting. We'll check out the awards. Another Coach of the Year for Steve Nash. Florida had 2 All-American shooting guards, and they both averaged 18 points. That's pretty impressive. We actually had a first-team All-American, Worthington. Oh, a second team. I don't think Worthington makes that Hall of Fame, though. He did get a conference. He's got a conference player of the year, second team All American. I don't think it's enough. Don't think it's enough. Really good player, though. Really good. At the major level to get it, you kind of got to do something special. And if he got the Final Four MOP, I would have done it, but I just can't do it. All right, and those are all of the awards. I'll see you guys start the next season. So here we are, the start of season 24. And we have a surprise. Emerson came back, as did Mallory. That, along with Egerich coming back, and we have Reed taking the lead guard role. Blesser at the stretch 4. This could be a really good season. We legitimately have a chance to repeat. So I've kind of already started the season, so I'll show you what stats look like. Emerson's full on going for that campaign. He could make our Hall of Fame. Just because he got an MOP last year. If he follows it up with a big year this year, no way he's not in there. Currently we're 5-0. Show you our box scores from some of the games. And 5 for Emerson there. And we've already wrapped up recruiting pretty much, so this is what it's looking like. We went with these 3 guys. He's got some shooting capabilities, so he can come in as a stretch 4. We have our first big time recruit who's not from the West Coast in this point guard. And Ravelo will come in and try to replace Emerson. Now we did offer this guy. Shot looks to be busted based on stats. Then here he's only a C for his 3, but we can work with it. We can make him better, as we've seen. And yeah, that's what it's looking like so far. So I'll see you guys here at the end. All right. So here we are to give an end of season update. As you can see, started really strong. Actually, I think we've already been over these games. So here we lost to Utah, first loss of the year. Emerson played really well. And right about here, somewhere in here, we got a couple injuries which really hurt us in Pac-10 play. As you can see, we got some losses, close wins you wouldn't expect from a team of our caliber. But it is what it is. Then at about, here's another loss we shouldn't have got. And here at about right, I want to say the last 3 games of the season. So right here, this is where we got healthy. This was our first game with everybody back. Big time performances. Belser ultimate small ball 4, 6 of 10 from 3 at 6'11", 240. He's just been great for us. Shot the ball really well, both the field and 3. And once we got everybody back healthy, we parlayed this into a Pac-10 conference title, in which my guy Emerson, he really led the way. So I'm pretty sure, now this is screwing up his stats, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get that Hall of Fame selection. Even though he's never won any awards up to this point outside of that Final Four MOP, he has a chance to get another one, and as well as a chance to get another one, this would be his 4th Final Four that we're in. So we've had a pretty impressive tournament run here. Just check out some of these stats. He went off here in the Sweet 16, 35 and 11. And really, in 35 and 9 here. And really just a dominant performance overall from us. I am running the offense through the center and the small ball offense, but I feel good about it. He's a small ball center, and he's taking a bunch of threes. So, see, we've shot in 185 threes. So now here's the Final Four. We're the only team that's not a 1 seed to make it. And these are, I think, the best teams, with Vanderbilt being the worst. So we're going to get some gameplay of the Final Four here from we were able to end up winning back-to-back national championships. Good on us. So Emerson, he is gonna make that Hall of Fame. So his stats, I'm not gonna be able to put him in for whatever reason. They're putting in all these garbage stats for him. See if it's affecting totals. Yes, it is. So I'm not gonna be able to put his stats in, but as you can see here, National Player of the Year, averaging 23 and 7. We again got Coach of the Year. Also won Big Man of the Year. He was first team All-American. And here are our conference awards. And Egrick, he did make it as a first team All-American, first team All-Conference. Reed was second team All-Conference, and he'll actually be back for his senior year. So really interested to see how that's gonna go. I hate I got this stat glitch. Here's all freshmen. We have two really good freshmen here that are gonna be great for us going into the next season. So we've really already talked about everything. We'll finish with the recruits. We were able to get these 3 All-Americans. Add some depth. Really glad we got this guy. He's going to be our lockdown center. And I think we just got some good guys coming in. You see how these guys fared. Here's the point guard, 15, 5 and 5. He did awesome. Here's our center, 4 and 5. He did have 5 blocks, and that's really what we're looking for. So good on him. And here's the power forward we had. You can see his 3-point shooting's up there, so he's going to be our stretch 4. Alright, so I'll see you guys to start the next season. Alright, here we are, season number 25. I'm having a lot of fun here, so I think I'm going to just keep it going, even though I said 25. Having a lot of fun because last year we went past the, we got a back-to-back national championship, so not really expecting that this year. Team has a really steep learning curve. You see our center, he has no experience as he's a freshman. Cook has minimal experience as a redshirt sophomore. Almost has some. Reed is looking really good. He's going to be our coach on the floor, running the offense through him this year. And Randall's got some, so not really expecting a whole lot this year. We'll go over the roster real quick. So Reed's going to be our lead guard. Looking for him to fill it up and score for us, as well as distributes. He's got 96 passing overall and 95 overall player. Then all these guys will just be providing shooting. Move Brinkley to shooting guard because that's what he'll be playing next year regardless. Move Doss to small forward. Here are our here's all 3 of the All-American freshmen here. Just some stats that stand out. This guy right here, starting center, Ravillo, has a 97 low post defense, so he's going to be able to be a low post defender, rim defender we can count on. We're working on blocking shots and rebounds for him. Graham, he's a good rebounder, good in low post offense, but we're focused on getting his long range shooting up. So that's what we'll be working with him. And then Casbis, I'm going to work on, because he's going to be my point guard going forward, his skills some as well as his shooting. I want to get his pass up to about 85. Then I'll probably focus solely on shooting. Then we had our other freshman who were redshirting. Not a good shooter. He's going to be a wing for us. He'll probably going to be 6'8" or 6'9". So we would like for him to go ahead and improve in that regard of shooting. All right, then we'll take a look at who we're looking at recruiting this year. So these are the available targets we have. We definitely want to get this guy to Texas. Decent shooter. If he can be a really good shooter, then he could end up being a stretch 4 for us. He's a good rebounder. Nicholas, small point guard. Not a great shooter, but he'd be a point guard, so I'm fine with it. We can improve his shooting some. Kind of same thing here with Caillou. Might not take him. Not all the way convinced. I might take Boyette over him. Just because he's a little bit better shooter. And I'm definitely taking Kendrick here. If I can get him. Washington State may get him. Now, if one of these guys gets taken, then I'll just have to go with Frazier. All right, but I'll see you guys in the season. Oh, I was just saying I thought Reed would have performed better. Had my mic on mute. But here's the awards. Arizona State always shows up for these awards. So we did get almost in the first team all conference. We had our freshman center make all freshman team. Show you our final 4. If we could have beat Memphis, we'd have made the Sweet 16 because Valparaiso was like a 88. But here's our final 4. We'll take a look at recruits. We're able to really get everybody we wanted. It's a good deal all the way around. And let me save it real quick. Look forward to seeing you guys at the start of the next season. Alright, so this season we'll go over the recruits we're looking at to recruit this year, and it's a big fat none, because as you can see we have 0 scholarships. Give an idea of who we would have been recruiting. Wouldn't have got him. Could have got this guy, which I wasn't real big on. And I believe there's another, maybe him. Yeah, him, but we won't go get him. He might have been a decent pick if I could teach him how to shoot. Doesn't look like he can really shoot. Then there was a 4-star, I believe, or maybe 2 of them. And we would have got this. I am kind of upset about. He can shoot. And this guy I'm not upset about because he can't really shoot. So it's whatever. This is what our starting lineup looks like. I was considering running Brinkley at the 2 because he was at the 2 last year. I was considering keeping him there, but I want a point guard coming off the bench. So we got one here, running 9-man rotation. Stops here with Simpson. Him and Max Seal will get some playing time, which I need them to get, especially Max Seal. You see that 91 3-point shooting. He's at least tied for best shooter on the team in that regard. Need Cantor to continue to improve his shot as well. Simpson and Ravelo, I'm working on their rebounding and defense. Cook working on his shooting. Leach, Doss as well, his shooting. Really working on everybody's shooting. Looks like I'll have a decent number of underclassmen declare for the draft, maybe, which would be interesting to see how that goes. And Graham also working on his 3-point shooting because I think he's going to be a stretch 4. Now, this has been fun because I've been able so far to get a whole bunch of guys to come back. NIL package has been crazy. But if I can't continue to do that, and this doesn't remain as fun, I may just call it quits soon because it looks like I'm getting guys that are starting to say, maybe I don't want to go to college and stay. I'm going to just tone it down a little bit on my sliders, down 10 each, and go to after basket, just because I'm only running 9. If I was running 10, I'd keep it where it was. All right, and I will see you guys at the end of the season. All right, you guys, so I'm starting on this screen because we had another very interesting season. So, what was so interesting? Played Stanford here, and also played Stanford here. So far, we have a 1-1 game against Stanford, and as they are our chief rival, we're guaranteed to play 2 more games against them, home and away. Now, something absolutely ludicrous happens right here. Our starting center and our starting shooting guard both tear their ACL in this game. So Doss tore his ACL right here, and Ravelo tore his ACL as well. So they're out for the remainder of the season. Not only are they out for the remainder of the season, but we got to try to manage. So I said, all right, well, I have to move Brinkley, who's playing point guard. Okay, I have to move him back to shooting guard. Then we get about right here. So those guys were replaced by Cantor and Simpson. Then we get right here. So in this game, which we lose to Washington, oh my God, we lose to Washington. Not only do we lose to Washington, Brinkley, good stat line here. Not only do we lose to Washington, but we get 2 more injuries. So going into the conference tournament, and both of those injuries lasted for 20 days. So we'd have to play in the Final Four for those guys to no longer be injured. So this is what our injury report looked like. Leach, freshman starter. Simpson, who was starting after Ravelo got hurt. Both got hurt in that Washington game. Then, or maybe they got hurt before it. Yeah, they got hurt before it. They got hurt against Washington State. Yeah, so they got hurt against Washington State. So we're missing 4 key contributors. So where I was running a 9-man rotation, I now have to switch to 7. But I'm not going to do it until after the conference tournament. We fared pretty well in the conference tournament. Brinkley really stepped up, 26, 6, and 5 here. Then this game against Arizona, who was the number 1 team in the country, they did go on to win the national championship. My guy dropped a 50-piece nugget. 17 of 25 from the field, 8 of 11 from 3, 8 of 8 from free throw line. Awesome game by this guy, but then we'd end up losing by 12 to Stanford. So, yes, that brings our record on the year to 1-4 against Stanford. We played them 5 times this season. Then, in the NCAA tournament. We made it to the second round, and in the second round, we would play two teams we've already played this season. And guess what? Boom, 6 games against Stanford in 1 year in which they knock us off. We really went 1-5 against Stanford in 1 year. It's just absolutely terrible. Brinkley fared well though. 26 4-4. Could have shot the ball better, but hey, is what it is. And as far as recruiting goes, we know we didn't get anybody, so let's check out the stats and awards. That's what our stats look like. Let's check out the percentages. Not a bad shooting year from the field. From 3, not good at all, really. So our team stats, not as good as we normally are. And here's our, so we got our team stats. Now look at the awards. That's the player of the year, averaging 26 and 6. That's nice. Oh wow, mid-major player of the year, averaging 29 and 7. That's even nicer. And we actually have an All-American at shooting guard. I believe he's our first guard to be an All-American. Oh, they had a point guard do this. It's pretty impressive. All right, we'll take a look. I know we had 2 guys leave early. I want to say Brinkley was one of them. Yes, he's gone. And Cook. So we'll need that stretch 4. So right now our starting lineup, which would be a monster if we were bringing either one of those guys back, but our starting lineup's looking like it's going to be Graham, Doss. Do I want to start Doss at the 3? I think I do. I think I want Max. So who starts there is going to depend on these 2 guys. Who improves the most in off season? I want Max Seal to start so we can get this shooting. But it'll be interesting to see. I'll catch you guys next season. All right, so here we go. We're back to start season number 27. I think I only got a couple more in, but I'm not having as much fun because my players are leaving early. The team unity really impacts how well you'll perform. So I think that's why a lot of the mid-majors do good in these sims. Here's the players we're looking at. Hopefully I can get him. Maybe not. Got a lot of confidence in getting this small forward. Yeah, I teach him how to shoot. It'll be good to go. You really want to get this guy. Glad we're here on him. Looks like he's a really good shooter. So, good on him. Good show, old boy. And then this guy, we'll probably take him up if we can't get that shooting guard right there. And we're getting this center just because we'll need a center. I think we'll just go ahead onto the roster. I think Ravella, this may be his last year. Like I said, guys are leaving early. And regardless, this will be his and Simpson's last year next year if he were to come back. So here's what the starting lineup's looking like. I think I'm running 8-man rotation. Trying to run the offense through Doss this year. It's going to take a lot of mid-range shots and driving to the basket. That's what our coach sliders look like. Of course, running 4 out. All right, and I'll see you guys at the end of the season. So here we go, end of the season. Coached our way to a number 2 seed. Good job. Bad job though. Ended up losing to Oregon by 5. Overall solid year. Nothing really crazy that stands out. Got back to distributing the scoring. Speaking of scoring, Graham, who we were trying to groom to be a small ball four, is gone. He's been drafted. And Ravelo is also gone. He has been drafted. So, again, they're starting to lose guys. So, this is starting to be less fun. So, I think I'll call it a day at 30. So this was 27, so that means we got 3 more seasons. Let's take a look at our percentages real quick. So I shot the ball pretty well from the field. Everybody that put up about 200 shots essentially shot 40%. 3, we were good. I mean, it was good. It wasn't all that. It was good. Here's our team stats. Overall, pretty good. Not the best we've done, but overall pretty good. Here's our awards for the year. See if we get another All-American. I doubt it. Wow, dude, 2 freshmen All-American. Looks like they're coming back. Coach of the Year, regular season champion. I don't think if I recruited this guy, I might have. Get first team all conference here. And the second team all conference here. He's gone. They're both gone, actually. Alright, then we'll look at the recruits we got. So we did end up getting everybody we looked at going for. Looking for this guy to be a really good scorer for us. So I'm thinking I'm going to call it quits whenever he quits. So if he takes me to year 31, he takes me to year 31. But that's it. I'll see you guys at the start of the next season. So here we are, the start of season number 28. I really like the shooting here. Scouting was immaculate. Everybody's at least an A-, which is good. So I think we're definitely going to get this guy. We're probably not going to get this guy. I want him so bad, but we're probably not going to get him. We're definitely getting him. We'll get him as well. And we'll get him as well. So we got a total of 5 scholarships. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys here. Take a look at this year's roster. Roster looks good. Be a lot better if those 2 guys would have returned. We'd be heavy favorites. Right now we're just ranked number 2 preseason. I'm kind of spreading the ball out here. Trying to focus on driving the ball and shooting threes. I want Max Hill taking as many threes as he possibly can, and I think his tendency is maxed out. Let's make sure, and it is. I think he could be really good for us this year. Right. And I'll see you guys to start or to end the season. So here we go. We're ending season number 28. I was considering exporting this team. Really liked them. 10 scores in double digits. Team effort rebounding. Really good at moving the ball. Shot the ball really well. But you'll see from our tournament run, even though we got the number 1 overall seed, going out by double digits. Almost 20-point blowout to an 8 seed in the second round as the number 1 overall seed. And then we would have gotten Miami. No, sir, I cannot take you. They'd have been guaranteed an Elite 8. Now, if they'd have made this Final Four, which they probably could have made, Wisconsin did win it all. But if they'd have made this Final Four, I'd have exported them. But it is what it is. You get what you give. Let's take a look at the team stats. Really good team stats. We'll take a look at the awards. Oh, Duke got another freshman. Their program's coming back. So we did pretty much lose the starting lineup. Leach could have left, but he didn't. So we'll return both these forwards. I may have to start Leach at center, and our line may have to go to power forward, playing some real small ball. Depends on where Guzman is. Another Conference Coach of the Year award. Three first-team all-conference players. First-team all-freshmen. We'll take a look at the recruits. I did end up dropping one of those small forwards because I had two 4-star small forwards. I dropped him to pick up this point guard. I felt like he was probably a better shooter. This other small forward, he had a C 3-pointer, and I was like, nah, I ain't got time for that for a C from a small forward. Stats look like this guy's a really good rebounder. I think he'll be like the stretch 4 type. They all shot the ball pretty well. I'm liking it, especially him. Alright, see you guys starting the next season. Season 29, we're close to the end here. Go ahead and show you what we're looking at to recruit. We got 2 scholarships. This will be our small ball 4 here. We're recruiting. Really like that 3-point percentage, and he can rebound too. Good small ball 4. And I'm good with any of these guards. These two look like they're pretty good shooters already. And him, I don't have a rating, but he looks good as well. So, pretty good deal. Then our roster. I hope we win something this year because I think this guy and this guy will both be gone in their juniors. So that means next year we're only, out of our starters, we're only returning Boyette. I do have some good guys down here though, so be interesting. See what ends up happening. This year, Leach is going to be the man. Had to move him to center. Just giving him free reign. He has the green light to shoot anything. I think he'll come up big for us. All right, so I'll see you guys at the end of the season. All right, we're starting up here, so you know something's up with the season. I feel like they kind of we were doing really good, went 13-0, and I feel like right here they kind of started to hoe us on the sim. Because we just kept losing Thursday games. I don't think we should have lost that many Thursday games, but whatever. Finished second or third in the conference, and then made it to the conference championship game where we lost to Arizona, but it would be fine as we ended up getting the 2 seed in the West, and we would go on a run from there. Leach has played really well in the tournament, getting us all the way to the Final Four. And this team, we're going to watch these games, but I'm going to go ahead and export. I'm going to go ahead and export this team now. Let's see, what year is this? 36. Nash, 36 Cal. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep these teams. Save this team because we have a small forward. Guy who was recruited as a small forward. He's playing center. a guy recruited as a shooting guard playing power forward, and a guy who was recruited as then you got two shooting guards playing the wings, and a smaller point guard playing point guard. So I feel like this is what we actually wanted out of a small ball team. So we'll take a look at the stats real quick. Shot the ball extremely well. Some really good percentages here. Three-point was alright. We've been better. And we don't have the awards yet, so you'll get to see those after we either lose this game to Iowa, which will be interesting because we've lost to Iowa and we've beat them.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood. But then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient and soon. It can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy. I need some silence, please, you're all too loud. You don't speak quietly, opinions violently thrown across every surface. It makes me nervous, is the world honestly burning? That's all I'm learning. Hope that we can make a turn and start reversing all our minds and put the work in. We got some work, man. I started to do. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. controlling you. I know that time can heal it all. I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this. Life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone. Just wanna break, no, I'm not gonna give in. Take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous. Scared I would pop out fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of bluff, you never know what's hard. With a back to the mat, gonna see where I'm at. I'ma fight like I'm mad, I'ma be something that they can never be me. Nice try, but they'll see I achieve everything while they stay salty. I just gotta get through. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it.
The recruits we are looking at. Pretty confident we'll get all of these guys. Oh, A+ dunk, that's pretty cool. And A+ athleticism. This is what our starting lineup is looking like. Remember I said Porter, 6'7" point guard. I believe when he came in he was like 6'4". The year we recruited him, so he's grown a lot. Crazy playing small ball with the 6'7" point guard, huh? But he's gonna be our last chance at this. Try and get a All-American point guard. So we're kind of running the offense through him this year. And let's make sure the rotation's set. I don't like how many minutes they got my guy playing. Honestly, I think I can do an 8-man rotation. Oh yeah, I was running 10. That was crazy. I found these coaching sliders right here work really well with my small ball offense or system. And I think that'll be good. Alright, good deal. So that's what the team's gonna look like. Catch you guys at the end. Alright, here we are. Got all the recruits we wanted and actually looked our way into a Final Four where we lost to South Carolina. The Final Four is South Carolina LSU. This would have been a dope women's final this year, I guess. Troy. So South heavy here. Take a look at our stats. So Potter, our point guard, actually averaged 20 points. Crane averaged 17. Guzman at one point was averaging close to 3 blocks. Let's go look at the percentages. Franklin shot really well, 53%. We were decent from 3. Take a look at the 3-point stats, team stats. So some solid stuff here. Then the awards. that's dope. So is that Defensive Player of the Year. 3 blocks a game. Salute. And we actually had a second team All-American. Potter did it. So he'll have a chance maybe to make that Hall of Fame, because he's won a championship, played in 2 Final Fours already. So hopefully we end with him making that Hall of Fame. I'd like that. Another Coach of the Year award. Howie second team All-American, but second team All-Conference. That guy better have been first team from Stanford, and he was. Okay. Shoot, we're on track to be a first team All-American next year, then. Alright, see you guys to start our next and final season. Alright, here we go. Season number 31, about to end. I am still doing the recruiting because if you guys want, I will continue the series. If I see enough support for the video, there'll be about like 9 years left. 9 to 10, something like that. And these are what those recruits look like. I'm going for it this year. Really like he got a B+ consistency. Move him to small ball 5. This is what it's looking like this year. I'm going to edit the sliders a little bit. Move this down to 80. Let's do 90. Let's do 90. That's what the team looks like. Hopefully Porter can repeat as an All-American. Go ahead and get him in the Hall of Fame. I'll see you guys at the season end. So, final season here, and we could be having a storybook ending. So just show you these box scores. This is the final season. Really close game here in the second round, but we would not be denied. Lucky draw here. Nevada's an 88 overall. McKenzie went off. And, I mean, we've just been utterly dominant. Elite 8 win by 20. Now we get Arizona State, team that's given us trouble in the Pac-10 in the past, in the Final Four, and we'll play one of these teams, and I'm pretty confident if we get past Arizona State, we just win it all. By far the best team. So before we get into the gameplay, because this is going to be the final season,
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're with my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh*t. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh*t. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh*t. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh*t. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range, cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
So, wow, what a disappointing way to end it all. We had a really good year that we'll recap here after we view awards. Coach of the Year. Potter got hurt, so kind of took away his All-American status. $17 at Cal. That's crazy. Good look at our stats. The percentages, team stats. So overall, good year. I will take a look at some stuff with the season. We went 38-4. If we would have won the championship, we would have got a 40-win season. But hey, beggars cannot be choosers. So since this is the end, before we do our coach score, we did add our point guard who made the All-American team to our Hall of Fame. His stats, they got glitched out, so I'm not going to be able to record those. But he actually had a higher legacy score than Mikhail Sessoms. So now we have a coach's score. I've taken the top 20 of the top coaches of all time. Let me see if I can make this a little smaller. Yes, I've taken 20 of the greatest coaches of all time. And now, what I've done is the same way I calculate a legacy score. For the players, we calculate one for the coaches. So I'll break that down real quick. We have the conference regular season and the conference tournament. So the regular season conference championship and the tournament conference championship, each one's worth 3 points. 30-win season is worth 2 points. An NCAA bid is worth 1 point. A Sweet 16 appearance is worth 26, worth 2 points. An Elite 8 appearance is worth 3 points. A Final Four appearance is worth 4 points. And a national championship is worth 5 points. So we'll calculate that up. We get a score here. Just to run down the list real quick, we got the GOAT, Coach K. Oh, sorry, I didn't show you guys none of that. Let me go back. I didn't mean to show you that. Here's Porter. Show you his stuff real quick. And he had a legacy score. Again, that was higher than Sessoms. Sessoms up here at 49. Then we'll look at our coaches spreadsheet. Again, regular season and conference tournament tournament and conference championships worth 3 points each. 30-win seasons worth 2 points, and NCAA bids worth 1 point. Sweet 16 appearance is worth 2 points. 3-4 Elite 8, 4-4 Final Four, and 5-4 championship. Of course, Coach K, the GOAT, he's up here at number 1. Then number 2, Adolph Rupp. Number 3, Dean Smith. 4, Roy Williams. 5, John Wood. And 6, John Calipari. 7, Bill Self. 8, Jim Calhoun. 9, Rick Pitino. 10, Tom Izzo. Tied for 11th, Denny Crum and Jim Boeheim. Number 13, Jerry Tarkanian. Number 14, Lute Olson. 15, Bobby Knight. 16, Jay Wright. Tied for 17, Eddie Sutton and Bob Huggins. Huggins. And at number 19, Mike Eba. And 20, Billy Donovan. So we're going to now go back to college hoops real quick. We're going to pull up our coaching stats for Steve Nash. And we'll input this for him. Alright, so real quick, since I'll be on the spreadsheet while you guys are looking here, I'm going to go ahead and fill out the colors real quick. Alright, so regular season conference championships, we got 12, as well as conference tournament championships. So it looks like we're already in some good shape. NCAA tournament appearances, we got 24. Oh, I put that in for 31 seasons. That ain't it, Chief. So 24 tournament appearances, Sweet 16s, 12. Damn, so I'm going to have to go in and count the Elite Eights, because they don't do Elite Eights. 8 Final Fours, not bad. 4 national championships. So I'll need to go in and count the Elite Eights and the 31 seasons. We'll go ahead and take a look at the rest of our stats. 3 preseason number 1 rankings, 24, 21 seasons. That's pretty good. 19-time conference coach of the year, 5-time national coach of the year, 65 all-conference players, 7 all-conference players, 7 all-American players, 46 players drafted, and 2 national players of the year. See, what goals didn't we hit? Sign top recruiting class. I know we did. They just didn't give it to us. We didn't win the 2K Sports winner, whatever that is. I guess that's the mid-major. And 800 wins and 900 wins. Total of 351,908 legacy points. Now let's tally up these 30-win seasons first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we got 9 of those. And then all that's left is the Elite 8. So we actually did kind of good. I think you guys might be surprised when you see the score. So the way I'm going to count Elite 8s, we got 4 Final Fours. Anywhere it says Elite 8, I'll just add to that. So let's see. I don't think we ever made an Elite 8, though. Yeah. Pretty much if we got to the Final Four, we were good enough to, like, well, if we were good enough to get to the Elite 8, we got to the Final Four. So we actually don't have any extra to put up here, so we'll just put 8. And now we will go back to our spreadsheet. As we can see here, we scored a 214 on the legacy sheet. So that would put us at number 7, jumping Jim Calhoun. Alright, so now I want to give you guys my lasting impressions with the small ball build 14. Alright, so this is the first time I've played this game for a really long time. Like, I've played it maybe since the year or the year after it came out. I want to say the year it came out. I got it on PS2. Then I ended up getting it on PlayStation 3 later. But I've played it a really long time. It's the first time, surprisingly, I ever tried to make a style, a coaching style, and then recruit to it. So these are my major takeaways. But with that, it's my first time I ever picked a style and tried to coach to it. Coach and recruit to it versus just getting the best recruits and then coaching to the recruits, and they'd be kind of like a hodgepodge. So number one, this was way easier to recruit because I didn't have to worry about recruiting a whole bunch of bigs. The way that the game generates these high school players, it makes a lot of the high-end players guards, and you don't really get a lot of 5 and 4-star centers. You get a couple more power forwards, but not many. Also, this style puts up a whole lot of points. I'm used to, on a good year, like my threshold being the 88, we hit 90s, like high 90s, a couple of times. And then this was very effective when combined with team unity. Anytime we had good team unity with this style, we made a run in the tournament. I mean, we did at least get to a Sweet 16. As you can tell from our stats, we went to 24 tournaments and made 12 Sweet 16. So half the time we were getting to the Sweet 16, and then a third of that time we were making Final Fours. And a sixth of that time we were winning championships. So I say overall it's a really good system if you can get the right players, which is easy to recruit, and you can get them to stay. So at the end there, I was kind of going toward the high-end players more, so that might be why I wasn't having as much tournament success. Also, surprisingly, we had no mismatch issues whenever we put we played a shooting guard at power forward and won a championship. We played a shooting guard, a guy that was recruited as a shooting guard at power forward. Granted, he was like 6'8", maybe 220, but he was a shooting guard. That's how we recruited him, and he played power forward. Then we had a guy we recruited as a 6'9" small forward. Maybe he was like 230, 240. By the time he was a senior, he was 6'11", and he played center. Also did 3-guard lineups. Really no issues with mismatches due to size. We always performed well. And even the years where we didn't really have the best season, we kind of did some damage in the tournament. So, and also lastly, this style works well with multiple coaching sliders. I found 60, 60, 90, 60 worked the best, especially with the 8-man rotation. But really, it worked well with all of our sliders. Alright, so you guys, I'm already cooking up an idea for the next career sim I want to do. I think you'll like it, but until then, enjoy this one. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Peace.